From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, sir. Special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, tried it the South Bend. On the beat.
To get your information. So the spoon to be my Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. If the trade provide for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat my regular, my brother, to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a nose on the to the spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, I Spoon TV. Yes, I Spoon TV. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
Yes, sir. The special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, tried it the South Bend. On the beat.
To get your information. To the spoon to be my fashion. Spoon direction. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. If the trade provide for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat my regular, my brother, to the spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, Tuto Spoon. Yeah, yeah, Tuto Spoon. You want to get a nose up there, Tuto Spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's not your body. It's not your body. Come to there. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to trust spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to trust spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to trust spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to trust spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to trust spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to trust spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat about gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, Tuto Spoon. Yeah, Tuto Spoon. You want to get a nose up there, Tuto Spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's not your body. Yes, what you got today? Let's say, come to there. Go to there. Yes,
And of course, you're always a part of our discussion here on the Spoon Talk. We do give you the opportunity to call us up at the beginning of the show, at the start of the show, to let us know what's on your mind, what's trending in Liberia, and of course, to give us your views, comments, and opinions. The time here in Liberia is 9 minutes after 8 p.m. Today is the 26th day of September 2025. So shortly, very soon, we will be saying bye-bye to the 9th month of the year. My name is Diamond Slanger. I'm producing tonight. It's a pleasure being here in your company. The rest of the panelists will definitely join us during the course of the program. A lot of things happening in Liberia. We can only highlight a few that will serve as topics for today. And of course, as I said earlier, we'll open the phone lines for you to call us up and let us know what's on your mind. All right. So to those of you following us via our various online platforms, whether it's Super TV, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, or via YouTube, our handle is Spoon Talk. I'd love to say good day to you. For those of you listening to us across Liberia, live on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, Voice of Liberia 104.1 FM, and its affiliates all across the country, I'd love to say a pleasant night to you as well. It's almost a week now since we began to relay our program on Voice of Liberia, and we've gotten a lot of positive feedbacks as well. To you, Eric McGill, happy birthday to you, sir. Wish you all of the best that this new age has got to offer. And to anybody else celebrating their birthday today, well, with birth month mates, and I love to say happy birthday to all of the celebrants today. Also, of course, those who graduated from high school, I love to say congratulations to you. All right, so what do we have lined up for tonight's program? A lot of topics, as I said, but we can only pick amongst the lot. So tonight we'll be discussing the LNP has issued a statement saying they were denied access to the home of former President George Manneh Weah in the wake of a fire outbreak at his 9th Street residence. The Liberia National Fire Service said similar that its investigators were denied access, and the LNP has followed suit, releasing a statement saying that its investigators were as well denied access to the 9th Street residence of the former head of state. Also, another talking point says president out, vice president reportedly out, justice minister out of country. So who's running the affairs of Liberia? Well, the panelists will discuss that on the program. The third talking point says Senator Kogai's meeting with former President Weah was brewing. Are we seeing a formation of a formidable force? Yeah, a play on words. A formation of a formidable force between the senator from Nimba County, Samuel Gongben Kogai, who has of recent sounded disenchanted with the vice president of Liberia, whether the CDC through former President Weah is speaking the opportunity, to come in from the side and cement a political partnership that could well last them up to 2029. That is going to be a talking point. But it has been heralded that Senator Kogai did have a meeting with former President Weah. As to what was discussed, well, the inside sources will be discussing on the program. That is one of the many reasons you listen to Spoon Talk, to get first-hand information as well. So they're ripping allegations of rape from the Youth and Sports Ministry now to the Agriculture Ministry. And I saw this story today. Saw preliminary reports from the hospital, Star of the Sea or so, that the alleged victim was taken to. And the hospital report, the medical report, reportedly pointing to the fact that this minor, another 14-year-old, that of the Ministry of Youth and Sport, again, the alleged victim, 14 years. Now, Ministry of Agriculture, where you ought to be thinking about how to make or grow more food, how to make us self-sufficient. Allegations of rape stemming from the Ministry of Agriculture. Instead of sowing seed in the ground, allegedly sowing seed places they shouldn't be sowing. So we've been informed that an employee of the Ministry of Agriculture have been arrested by the Liberia National Police. According to narratives, along the Bushra Island area, he was allegedly caught in the act defiling a 14-year-old. And that is what will be discussed. One of the many talking points that will be discussed today as well. And our final talking point, the Central Bank of Liberia has announced that we are faced with a serious crisis in the country. Not the issue of rate, but the issue of mutilated notes. The fact that we don't take care of our currency. The volume of damaged Liberian dollars banknotes, according to the Central Bank of Liberia, is alarming. And we are all culpable of malhandling our currency. Policemen can wrap it and squeeze it and shove it way in their pocket. Market women will put oil on it. Motorball rather than will squeeze it and put it in their jacket. Just a John will put it on the floor mat in their car. Put it on. Yeah, we know the place I can put that money in the cabin, and we know some of the places I can hire mat. Again, the floor mat, and shove it on that. Some of us will write our names on the currency, the banknotes, and say, I will see whether the money will come out to me. So I take pen, take the banknote, and write on it. Diamond Slanger, September 26, 2025. Then I sign on it. I say, I want to see if the money will go around, and come out to me. A whole lot of things we do to desecrate and damage our banknotes. And it takes money to print money. But again, I kept asking myself this question after I read the release from the central bank. And I asked myself, how can we holistically, I know the central bank launched a campaign quite recently aimed at educating people on how to take care of the currency, but how can we holistically tackle this issue of properly handling banknotes? How? What can the government do? What can we as citizens do? What are our roles and responsibilities? You see Liberia money. And on a banknote, when you play with it too much and it becomes soft, mushy, saggy, that kind of way, it looking at one tear, that kind of thing, it can get some kind of scent. It transmits a lot of germs. How? Are we looking at durable solutions? Like, how do we print our banknotes? Should we start looking in the way of plastic, more of a plastic material like that will last longer? What level of education, punishment, repercussions can we put in place for those of us who desecrate our banknotes? Should we be teaching schools in our curriculum, social studies, civics, whatever subject, how important it is to take care of banknotes and the rest? Because the interesting thing is, nobody wants to be giving mutilated notes. Nobody. Except for some banks that you can go and deposit mutilated notes. But if you go out there to do transactions and the money is so dirty, it's all torn up, it's so wet, stuck together, people don't want to transact. It makes it difficult. So we have to approach this as a serious crisis that we face within this country and see how best we can. Because after every 2 years or 3 years, we print new banknotes. Oh, the banknote, everything dirty, mutilated, and so we have to print another 5 billion and infuse it. Wuru. Oh, the banknote again, we have to infuse it again and print another 6 billion. Wuru. Every time we're doing that, we're taking money to do that. What about a long-lasting solution? Look for durable ways that we as well can be responsible for taking care of our banknotes. So there should be a larger campaign aimed at schools, marketplaces, taught in school to create that consciousness. Our people be reminded, and let's see if we can take it from there. All right, so those are our talking points. As I said, the rest of the panelists will join the program and they will expand on those topics. But we go to the phone lines now for you to tell us what's on your mind. The numbers to call 0777 1075 0555 101075. Those are the numbers to call. And for those of you watching us online and you want to contribute, there is a WhatsApp number that you can place your calls through as well. What's on your mind? This is the segment where you get to have your say before the rest of the panelists join the program, and it becomes fiery, interesting, as well as intriguing. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Good evening to you, my brother Damon Slanka, and good evening to
my member.
fellow Liberians on Radio 9 tonight. the new Remy Constant Republic.
So wait, Alfonso, hold on. Alfonso, you can pronounce your name perfectly. But my own you want chakla. My last name is Slanga.
Okay, Slanka. Thank you. Yeah, I'll get adapted or formula will need proper.
No problem.
So, thank you very much for your brilliant elaboration on our national issues, training issue, and very, very interesting. As you said, numerous of bases that you listed, we all as Nigerians need to work collectively and make a better place for all of us to live. But let me go straight to topic on a discussion tonight. In my mind, I will let us speak on the theme of rape. The rape issue is getting very becoming in our society, and those rape is always in alarming our government officials. Those supposed to lay down precedent, they always follow. They are the ones who are violating our laws, our traditions, our cultures. The parents supposed also they are violating it where it is not necessary. I'll put on show last night on hot reference. A lady, what you just talk about, a little girl, 14-year-old girl, and man from the agriculture sector, as a government official, raped 14-year-old girl, and that girl, according to the explanation of the entry, the entry said that girl was very small when both parents passed off. Look at that kind of sorrowful case. Then the entry has soon in the job to make her to become a better teacher professional. Then you government official, then you are the one to go in bed with or lay your bone. I'm sorry for the expression over your husband. No, it's someone frustrating and impossible to deal with it in our society.
Okay,
so
Alfonso.
I want our government to be serious and take a drastic action on some of those things that is causing serious barriers or challenges in our societal growth.
Thank you, Alfonso.
Last time I said here, when I heard that woman,
it was a sad story, a sad explanation, and we have to leave it at that. And we'll be following up to see how well that investigation proceeds. Let's take this next person here. Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Damos Langa.
Good evening. How are you?
Right. Hello.
Yes, sir. You're live. How are you doing, and what's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm good. This is Momotelo. I call from Painesville. Thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak on your radio this evening. What's on my mind this evening? I want to address what the president said on the 1 year ago. The UN. The president spoke well. He spoke near the point, and he's talking about no country cannot survive without other nation involvement. You talk about peace. It's a very great thing, and we urge our president the next year, January, while the nation are about to take a non-permanent seat at the UN Security Council.
Okay.
We urge him to use it to leverage that area wisely in our interest so that we can benefit and be a blessing, not a curse. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Momo Taylor. Thank you for calling 0777-101075, 05101075. Those are the numbers to call. There is a WhatsApp number available for those of you wanting to participate, whether locally or from the diaspora. Hello, your name and where you calling us from? You live on the WhatsApp line.
Yeah, my name is Fasu. I'm calling from Saudi. Diamond. What in my mind is, the way United Party government is going about right now, witch hunting, we have to be very careful, or else Liberia is sitting on a real time bomb. They need to stop. They start planting drug in people trucking. Then they start witch hunting the citizen. They have to stop.
Who truck they planted drugs on?
Kalando.
Did he allude to the fact that the drugs were planted by state actors?
Of course.
Did he say so? Did he say so? Did Kalando say so?
Kalando don't say so, but we.
But how do you know that Kalando? How do you know that it was planted by state actors?
That's how they're doing, sir. That's what they're doing.
And you have the...
They make sure they bring you that, but Labrador is saying that on real time, but they need to stop.
Oh, so you
That's
just...
all in my mind.
Okay. Anyway, thank you for calling.
He asked, he said, what in my mind? That's what in my mind.
Yeah, but in as much as we appreciate you calling to tell us what's on your mind, this is a public platform. If you come and make such accusations, at least you should have some iota of evidence. So
it's
what?
Not accusation, it's fact. Someone planned the drug in the mail trucks just to bring him down. That's what
Okay.
I'm doing.
All right, Fasu. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So Fasu there with what's on his mind. Let's take this next person. Hello, your name and where you calling us from?
I'm Titus P. Wesley. I'm calling from Minnesota, USA.
You live. Go ahead, Titus.
Yeah, my concern is about Spoon being one of our most favorite talk show. But this few days, the way things going, and we're discussing issue not being objective. When there's a sensitive issue, we take side because we want to promote other people and stuff like Akaras with other people in the studio. Sensitive issue for us to educate the people on. We just make it other sentiment. Like yesterday, talking about George Carlano truck that were arrested. That issue that was also discussing is the owner of the truck. Police get a right to invite into for questioning. It don't mean that he will be held responsible for whatever acting on the truck if he's not connected to it. But at times when other people try to political side say asking questions whether he favor the government or other stuff. No. We are getting rid of judges in the country because our young brothers and sisters are punishing because of that.
Okay.
Not our country be like that.
Okay,
so
sir.
Please, let's try to be objective. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to the line here and take another person. 077771075 555101075. Hello.
Yeah. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, you live. Kindly go ahead.
My name is Boaga.
Go ahead.
Yeah. What is on my mind, just what the other caller just said, this country is all we have. We need to come together to see how the people are together in this country. But you hear some people on the radio station that Moses are who are just to say one star, who is not looking at how Labrador would be, how Labrador would come, how Labrador would be, how you can. You don't know. Just say you just focus on the negative stuff. Always talking about the negative stuff. Moses Akar where you have 18 years to serve this country, you have nothing to prove. So let him get a chance. Always someone listen to Spoon, everyone listen to all his input. He may just be attacking God and say he's frustrated because he lost election. You not have nothing to offer this country. Let him just keep let him start
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Saying all our things. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. 077771075 05551101075. And of course, the WhatsApp number is up. You can call using that medium as well. Hello. Hello.
Good evening.
Pleasant night to you. Neiman, where are you joining us from tonight?
Thank you for the opportunity. Let me say good evening to His Excellency President Boakai and the listening public, including the panelists. I'm Summer D. Keklana, joining from Magui, Kakata City. So the last time I called, I don't know if that you that are on or nursing. I beg you, man. I want to go to the last call my number.
Honorable
number waiting, but he hasn't called me. I beg, man. It's my talking point this evening. I can read my number again.
Yeah, but I did send your number. I took your number and I sent your number, so I can only do a follow-up for you, but I did.
Yeah, I beg you, please do a follow-up for me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
077771075 05551101075, and of course the WhatsApp number is up there on the screen for you to call and tell us what's on your mind. We'll take this next person. Hello. 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 Okay, we lost that person there. We'll replace you. Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. You're live. Please go ahead.
This one calling from the township of Rossville.
Okay.
Why is my son about Spoon to a sponsor need to be good for, people will come, they say something that people will really listen to. Then the end of the day, sponsor now bring a category into the who thought they come on show, you not give nobody chance to talk. So, and another thing you do, you make sponsor, you connect the station with another station that always abusing with the as well. No, so that's a real concern. Why?
So you concerned why we are being relayed on Voice of Liberia?
Yes.
Okay, let me answer that for you. So Voice of Liberia, like any other radio station in Liberia, gives out information to its audience. And there's nobody that should be left without information, irrespective of whichever side of the divide you think they find themselves. Information is pivotal to everybody. So expecting to be relayed on Voice of Liberia, those from Voice of Liberia, the audience from Voice of Liberia are equally Liberians like you are.
Nothing you can see to the
Yeah, so we have to be tolerant of each other, sir. And in how we approach things at this network, every Liberian is equal in the right to having information. And we'll cut across boundaries, we'll cut across borders. We're looking out for more partnership, more relays, so that this show can be widely listened to all across Liberia. If you're able to convince one person, that is why the program is opened from people from various sides of the political aisle. If you come on the show and you're able to convince somebody who you think is not your ally to switch to your side, that's a plus for you. So how you make use of the platform is on you as a panelist and representing your side or ideas. But we'll go and cut across boundaries and bring as many stations as we can to spread Spoon Talk around Liberia. Hello?
Good evening, Dama.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you calling us from?
Yeah, my name is Roosevelt Franklin Ivy, and I'm calling from Accra.
Oh, Etisay?
Yeah.
Hey. How you laugh before you answer like you are shocked?
I was saying like it's a tree.
Oh, look at it, man. You way beyond time. Check forget that thing.
I'm just on a living tree of reason.
Oh, I see you. You JJC, you just coming on the thing. No wonder why you trying to air on me.
I'm going to 2 years now since I came to Accra.
Small, you learn it. But what's on your mind?
Yeah, what I want to say is that I would like for us to at least give the police a chance to carry on the investigation, because making some statement would not serve justice. I'll let the police carry on the investigation and then know where the fault are, and then who are involved, be arrested and be taken to court. So I appeal to the general public, give the police a chance to carry on the investigation. That's what I want to say.
All right, thank you.
Okay, brother.
Good night. All right, 077771075, 077101075. Let's take this next person. Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. Is it Diamond Stranger?
Yeah, Diamond is producing tonight, sir.
Thank God I got you. To be frank, it's very, very necessary for other radio stations to monitor and relay Spoon FM. But it stands for one thing. They must be as accurate, balanced, not critical, and very critical as Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk. The people talk. That is relay, right? That is coming to relay. Later, Diamond, I'll soon get for you.
Thank you. Thank you. There has been a while since we heard from you. The energy is just different. Yeah. We go to the line again. We take this next person. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes, sir. You're live. Please, let's hear you out.
Good afternoon, Damo. My concern here is the code that came in our eye recently, for which tend to ask you to leave the studio and immediately go to understand the scene. That is George Weah House. I think when you go to the doctor normally assess you to know what is wrong with you. Why is the former president resisting the inspection of the fire service to understand the cause of the fire in his bedroom. We're not talking about in his breaker room. We're not talking about in the kitchen. We're not talking about behind the microwave. We're talking about in his bedroom. This is an experienced international traveler, Josh Manenwia, and he's refusing service from the country he once served for 6 years. Why?
Okay. The reason I kept quiet, I cannot answer that question. So I bet you throwing it out there, and we'll get the right answer when the former president decides to address the issue. But thank you for calling.
Thank you so much.
All right. So we take this next person and then we'll go back to our local lines here as well. Hello. Hello. You live. Just speak into the phone, sir or madam. Don't mind, the program is a bit delayed. So just speak to me in real time.
How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Okay, I'm okay. My name is Tracy.
All right.
I'm fine, and you? Yeah, so I got a few concerns. I listened to the other caller. That caller was just saying why the former president not allowing the police or the fire service people to go and see what happened in the president's house. But here's the point. The moment the fire took place in the house there, they came out and started spraying all kinds of pictures and saying a whole lot. So how can we trust people like that to enter in the former president's house to do assessment? If the president want to bring somebody to maybe find out what happened, what was the cause of the fire, I think it would be preferable to bring international people, because we are seeing past stuff that happened. They went to the party headquarters. They didn't allow you all the journalists in there. They came out and said they found gun there. Why they didn't take you in there for you to be present, and then for you to see the gun? They got to see the gun before they fire in. So we don't trust them. The president will bring people. They will do the assessment. They will check and see what happened. But for now, we will not allow people to just go enter in the president place and just come on, and then you bring some sick and say, oh, the president, how they want in your house.
Okay, Tracy. Point well taken. Thank you. All right. 077771075 055101075. Those are the local numbers. The WhatsApp number is on the screen. So whether you're listening to us via Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, Voice of Liberia 104.1, or a host of other stations that are relaying us all across Liberia, you can call using these numbers: 0555 101075, 07777 and of course the WhatsApp number for those of you watching us is pinned right below the screen. Let's take this next person here. Hello.
Yeah, Tamba.
Oh, Dado, how are you?
Thank you.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, what my mind has to do with the fire incident in the president's house. For me, I think it was very much unfair. It was unjust to have denied the fire service crew, for having access, because these people, those that went over there, they are national, fire service institution. They are there to serve the state. They are there, to ascertain the actual things when there's a disaster, fire disaster. And even the press were not, they were not even given access. And the journalists, they are watched off the society. They are there to report the factual, issue that have taken place. So having denied, those two group of people, I don't think it was fair in my mind. And I think there was something, that was about, the sleep of, the president and in my mind. And I think that was not fair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take this next person here. Hello, you live on the line. Kindly go ahead.
Good evening to the people of Liberia. This is Winston Koko, and I join from Rona Kigali tonight.
Go ahead.
So, Diamond, let me first and foremost say thanks for your level of work done for the Liberians living in the diaspora, especially when it comes to, the way you've been delivering services in the media feed. But
thank you.
This is my concern. My concern has to do with the issue of the consistent fire outbreak in Liberia. Diamond, what we are observing in Liberia these days, I think the government, in order to deliver service to the people of Liberia, in order for the people of Liberia lives and property to be safe and secure, there is a need for this government to invest more in bringing fire experts in Liberia to ascertain what are the root cause of the consistent fire outbreak in Liberia. And I just want to condemn the statement the press released by the CDC party. This thing about the fire outbreak in Liberia is a consistent issue that we all have to fight together, regardless of your stand in the politics right now, that we all have to stand together to fight against it. Ahead of investigation, critical, investigation by the fire service to ascertain what happened to the former president Hall. Nobody appreciate the former president Hall's getting on fire and everything. But I think we need to be responsible enough and allow investigation to go on.
Okay.
But your statement in the public now have indoctrinated people who have followed your statement. At the end of the day, when they are rightful finding about the case, people will think that it's political, it was prompted, someone else, and all of that. So thank you.
Thank you, my brother there in Kigali, Rwanda. All right, let's take this next person. Hello.
Hello.
You live? Go ahead, please.
I'm Jake Dan, calling from Johnsonville.
Go ahead.
What on my mouth tonight is that Samekoka Monafi, you can play gamble with Nimba County.
What kind of gamble you talking about? And make him play winner.
I'm only trying to play, and he's trying to join CDC. So because what we are hearing that we join CDC, so we can vote for Georgia. Georgia who said fire getting a hope. They take people there to check what caused the fire, refusing. That they can will look and say we'll go and vote for them.
So because former president, we are refuse people from entering your hot fire and police officers from investigating. So some people are joining if you want to join.
We are taking to radio. They said that Unity Party, me and I a Palestinian, I'm a Liberian. I'm not a Palestinian. I'm not for no party, I'm a Liberian. Because anywhere I go, they say they will deport me in Liberia. They will not say you're going to Unity Party or CDC. But what will not be fair? You can't tell me say people you see another say what caused a fire, then they say that Unity Party, then they call me to send somebody there to know what caused a fire, then they refuse. I mean, they're lying to the public. What kind of people we can't look at them and say they are talking true to us.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, from Johnsonville, we move to another part of Liberia. Hello.
Hello.
Your name and where you calling us from, please?
Yeah, I'm Alex. We're calling you from my Peace Island Revenue.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I want to speak on the fire incident. As we're looking at this fire incident where people are coming up to accuse some people, this thing it looks like it would remind me about what happened in Samuel Doe administration. When Samuel Doe went and asked Ladamiton and gave him gun to say he fired the head motorcade to say that were the politicians in Liberia. When he was arrested, then he began to confess. And when it was late now for him to confess, and they took him to the barrack, and he was executed. Looking that just how some of these things can happen. That just it looks to me. So those people got to be very careful in Liberia. I don't know why we are not sincere. When we will graduate from all the insincerity. Thank you.
Thank you. From Peace Island, just opposite us here in Congo Town. We move to another person. Hello, your name and where you calling us from?
Hey, my name is Anthony Willow. I'm calling from Charlotte, North Carolina.
You're welcome, Anthony. Kindly go ahead.
Yeah, you see what happened here is for the fire outbreak, I'm not surprised because during the time the CDC headquarters, some CDC was saying they will disturb worker government, they will make sure they will point people places. So if fire is got into Prince Johnson area and Joria, it's not surprising to me. They should believe their own party.
Oh, all right. It's not been established as to who or what caused these fires preliminarily. The Fire service has said what happened at the former president's residence, it can be attributed to electrical shock, but as to what and whom, they haven't said that. But thank you for calling anyway. I appreciate your comment. You too. All right. 077771075 055101075. And in this other news, another issue of drugs and drugs trafficking. I saw a post from the president's special envoy, or the president's special envoy on investment, Mohamed Ba. You know, he said something that he drove a very nice SUV from Sierra Leone all the way through Liberia, and he wasn't stopped or checked at the Liberian side because, you know, of the size of his vehicle, how luxurious it looks, and security officers, according to him, are discretionary in checking big vehicles, and that might lead to drug trafficking in our country and the trafficking of other illegal and illicit items into Liberian territory. There's this one police officer, and in Liberia, to be honest with you, when you hear Liberian men tell you say the police officer bad, that means that officer can't take bribe, can't compromise, and can do their work good. Sometimes when they say bad, it can be that the person bad, like the person, you know, yeah. But most of the time when you hear us saying, oh, the officer, the bad officer, either the officer get lazy, the officer does their duty without any fear or favor or interference, and they carry it out. So to you, this particular officer at Vamuma, I pass by you almost every time during the night, to and fro. You do a marvelous job, irrespective of what color, size, make, model vehicles are. You stop and search each of these vehicles. And it's a female officer. She's very diligent in doing her job. At one point in time, I was tired and sleepy. I wanted to go home. And she said, get out of your car and open your trunk. And let me check in the car and look out. But that was her doing her job. And we need to, as law enforcement, I know there's intimidation. There is no secret that people can influence things within the law enforcement sector. But officers should be allowed to carry out their duties without fear and favor, and irrespective of what the vehicle looks like, unless it's a vehicle that is exempt, that is either a diplomatic vehicle, or it's a military vehicle, or it's a vehicle that's on special ops, and you can confirm that it's on special ops. But whatever the case is, you should be able to check vehicles. Big people can bring drugs in. Small people can bring drugs in. Market women can bring illicit items in. Clergymen can bring illicit items in. People that look unassuming, those who you can really suspect, they are the ones who can really use that as their means of survival. So yes, what Ambassador Barr said is true. It's very true. Along our highway corridor, most of our security personnel do not know whom their bosses are. When you drive on black Jeep and you reach the checkpoint, or you're approaching the checkpoint and you just put your headlight on, or you put your emergency lights on, or they will just allow you passage. They will just allow you passage. Whether you show formal identification or you don't, once you in some kind of counters that has a semblance to a big person vehicle or anything that looks like, and another thing the police needs to look at, everybody that carrying sarin, everybody carrying sarin, it makes it difficult to determine who should be the ones carrying flashing lights on their vehicles. Assistant minister carrying sarin, deputy minister carrying sarin, director carrying sarin, one other man are in the office carrying sarin, driver to a representative carrying sarin, everybody. So you don't determine who is actually a security personnel that should be carrying sarin, and everybody can be on emergency. As soon as they see small traffic, they take the opposite lane and start going. It's bad. and then you expect the common man to conform. Have you noticed the trend? When a vehicle that has got a siren on it, whether it should be carrying one or not, takes the opposite lane, everybody else will follow. So the disobedience starts from those who are in authority and should be exhibiting some sort of responsible posture and behavior. To the IG, you listen. Just start to check these people credentials that are carrying siren on their accounts. What are they authorized to? Because they can use these things to board those through checkpoints, go places, and bring illegal and illicit items into our country. When they're perpetrating these things, you don't know if they are legitimately emergency vehicles or authorized vehicles. Everybody. So how do you stop the keke riders now that are putting flashing lights in front of their keke into the headlamps that will be blinding people and can be flashing? How do you stop them? Taxi drivers now are putting siren on top of their car, the yellowish ones. Everybody just doing their own thing because the fish gets rotten from the head. While you're doing your traffic enforcement and all these things, you start to check these siren carriers. If the car doesn't have a GSM marking that is synonymous to carrying a siren, investigate. You start taking them from on their cars. You start taking them from there. That the same way many of them are impersonating to be law enforcement officers and agents. A bar. It makes it difficult to fight crime. It makes it very difficult. Everybody just doing their own thing in the country. So I get one car, a fan, I put siren on it. Have you also noticed the number of vehicles that are carrying government plates without government markings and all those things? A whole lot of vehicles. Have you noticed the double plates? One man get one plate, he put one on the other car, he put another one on the other car. The same plate on two different cars. All these things are to evade taxes. They won't register their car. They won't insure it. So they get a friend who get government plate or they get some government position. They put their plates on two cars. How are we operating in this place? And we want to fight drugs. We want to fight crime. We want to fight a lot of illegal activities when we cannot determine or be able to make a determination as to who should be given special access to what. Who? So to the police IG, to the joint security, just start investigating these things because they're the same thing that they can use to go across the border in other places where they can go pick all the things from and bring them in our country. Nobody should tell you say the drug trade in Liberia is only between the common men and are down. No. Drugs is a well-connected outlet. They are protected, they pay a lot, and it's interconnected. I know what I saw at Logatu. We need to be serious. Just start checking the siren carriers then. Just start checking the government plate users then. Just start checking these vehicles. To whom much is given, much is due. How are you doing, Franklin Howard? Hope you're doing great. Ryan Change Kamara is also watching us. Kennedy John is following us, as well as Richard Brenda Richardson is doing good as well. Thomas Doe, hope you're doing good. Morris Day says life has no balance. At least we can try to strike equilibrium. If it doesn't not necessarily have to be balanced, you can try to get something done. Velmont Richardson, hope you're doing good. Amos Brown is also following us. Eva Jones, Ahmed Jalonzo, Ayo White. What's up, Ayo? It's been a minute. Hope you're doing good. I see Tamba in the background. Tamba, if you're ready to come on, just give me a thumbs up and I'll definitely bring you on. Okay, so that's the okay, that's the cue to bring Tamba on the show. You the earliest of all of the parties. How are you?
Yeah, I haven't been here for a minute, so I decided I was going to try to be on time today. So Yeah, I am. Happy Friday to you, Diamond.
Thank you. It's good to see you. They say Friday for everybody. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, this is how I spend my Friday.
Wonderful. And good afternoon and good evening to all of our listeners in Radio Land and online. It's always a pleasure. So, what did I miss, Diamond? It's been 3 days. What did I miss?
You miss a lot. The debate. You know, they're sure when you miss a day, it's difficult to catch up because it's a fire burn show. But good that you're here. You can pick up from where you left off.
Absolutely.
And continue to have the conversation. I was just discussing the nuisance of sirens in Liberia, the unauthorized use of sirens in our country. If you read our vehicle and traffic laws, it's clear what vehicles should be having what lights, especially they refer to as flashing lights, you know. And if you look at Liberia, man, Tamba, you've been here. The level of indiscipline is appalling. And it starts from the very top. It's appalling. You wonder, where are we headed to? And when I sit sometimes and I'm driving around Monrovia and Pinsville and other parts that I visit, I prefer to rather drive along the Kakata to Ganta Highway, because you have peace of mind. Yeah, you see one or two broken down trucks along the road and all of those things, but you wouldn't have to face the nuisance of bike riders passing you on both sides. The men can papa you on your jawasa, they papa you on your parking side, which is wrong on a one-lane road. You shouldn't overtake somebody on their parking side. The men can papa you. Keke rider then can turn anywhere at any time. As soon as you say Keke, the man doesn't want to know whether there is a vehicle behind that is, because you're a driver. The vehicle ahead of you determines the speed the vehicle behind will be on. Will move at. If the person is moving at a slow pace, you move at a slow pace and keep that one car space. If they're moving at a fast pace, you do the same. But the man can just stop in front of you, bump, and turn. What the new trend is now, along the newly constructed, still being constructed RI highway, people now using the opposite lane because the junction is closer. So they will take the opposite lane, the intersection is closer, and they will be on that opposite lane. They do the same along the Pinsville High School. Along that stretch, there's an intersection there that you have to go as far as Tupo Road to turn. If you're around Fun Factory area, you have to go as far as Tupo Road to turn, which is not a far stretch. So what the men can do, they can take the opposite lane, which is closer, to turn to Pinsville Town Hall Way. And I'll be asking myself, where is law enforcement? You will make a lot of money from ticketing people, because when you get a good ticket, it will discourage them from doing it. It's bad. And they can be coming at you like they have the right to be on the opposite side of the road. So I was just discussing the proliferation of the usage of sirens, the fact that you cannot tell which vehicle is actually a security vehicle, who's authorized to carry what, everybody carrying siren, the use of the third lane, the indisciplined driving, the abrupt turning, and it makes this place difficult to drive. And it also contributes to the trafficking of drugs and other illicit substances. So you can have your say, Tamba. I know you hear frequently, and probably you experience most of what I've said.
I know, absolutely. I think everything you say is the truth, and I'm glad on the new RIA highway, because it's new now. It's looking really new and brand new. The construction is ongoing. I'm glad to see that they are actually putting dividers in the middle of the street, because now the road is so wide. I mean, even the two lanes, you have one extra lane that can even be designated for emergency services. That's what we've seen in the advanced countries. And I hope that the Ministry of Public Works and who is supervising our work can really move fast to begin to put those signages, the light poles, and complete those dividers. Because as you go further towards BTC, the barracks rather, the road opens up.
EBK.
Yeah. It opens up, and as it opens up, you see the keke drivers. Basically, sometimes you have 4 of them going like this. They are not respecting the rules of driving. Basically, they are crisscrossing the lanes. But I think the takeaway for me, the understanding here is that we are no longer in a period of civil war. Our civil war is behind us. For the last 30 years, we have moved on. Any nation that moves forward has to treat the rule of law as one of its number one pillars of development. And that means that even citizens, in fact, we start with the citizens. That's a responsibility of a citizen. If you say, I'm a Liberian, what is your role in the society as a Liberian? It starts by what? Respecting the rule of law, being a lawful, abiding citizen. Whether you're a keke rider, whether you're a motorcycle rider, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a government official, it starts by being respectful to the rules. That's what makes civilization. Because where your rights end, another person's rights begin. So we should be very careful and mindful on how we infringe on other people's rights. Respect for the rule of law and being a responsible citizen. So in addition to having police enforce the law, as I've always said, we don't lack laws on the books, right, Diamond? But we need education and we need awareness. Because Liberian people, to be honest, sometimes we are like turtles. If you don't put fire on our bikes, we can walk faster. So we need enforcement, we need education, we need awareness. But look, people need to understand that being a responsible citizen means respecting traffic laws. Not taking the law into your own hand when someone disrespects you, or when someone caught in front of you, and sometimes we still get in fights because they caught in front of other drivers and the driver hit them, and all of a sudden a fight starts right in the middle of traffic. Respecting the law, abiding by the rules, and being a responsible citizen. Everything you said, Diamond, is the truth. It is happening today, but that's the only way we as Liberians, if we respect the law, respect one another, we put our country first, look, we'll have a nation where it's enjoyable for everyone. We can live in peace and in harmony while we continue to build and develop our country. And I think that these are the messages that we need to take to our leaders, to our communities. When you are listening to this show today, think of this. How can you change or contribute to help changing the behavior of your fellow keke drivers and motorcycle riders in traffic? Begin to speak to one another. Begin to talk about awareness. And even the leaders, the union of these keke and motorcycle riders, get involved. Do some, even if it's every 6 months or once a year or twice a year. Call these people in. Create some awareness. Create some forums where you can address some of these issues. We criticize everything about the government of the day. We want to criticize everything as citizens. But sometimes we, the citizens, we are contributing to some of the things that are wrong in our society. And when something goes wrong, we blame the government of the day. So that's the problem we are having. So as much as we want everything to be smooth, to really be working for Liberians, we Liberians have a role to play. And that role starts with respect for the rule of law.
Thank you, Tamba. I know you just jumped on what I was discussing. Now I have to ask you what's on your mind. Is a segment we give to our listeners. And of course, when the lead moderator is on, he asks that question as well. So I want to ask you, what's on your mind? A lot of things happening in and out of Liberia. President Boyka just addressed the first Diaspora conference, as the conveyor. There are a whole lot of things happening around, not just in politics, socially. There is a very disturbing story where an employee of the Ministry of Agriculture has been accused of, defiling a 14-year-old girl. Allegedly caught in an act. Medical report points to the same thing. I've been informed that he's in the custody of the LNP. A whole lot of other things. What's on your mind? I've got a story as well, and I have to confirm that story. Is the Hotel Africa to be renovated? I saw something of that sort. But I'm to confirm it. Have you got any information whether or not Hotel Africa? Because people called and said that, look, they've been asked to relocate. That the hotel and its surroundings that comprises the land of that hotel, that entire stretch is about to be renovated. Any information concerning that, Tamba?
Yeah, I think first of all, look, we have too many dilapidated buildings and abandoned structures that used to, be part of the beauty of Liberia and Monrovia. Hotel Africa bring one of the best hotels. When someone also kids growing up. We saw visitors coming from abroad, and that was like the number 1 or number 2 hotel in Liberia, in West Africa, and took up parties, right? So I may have seen a post. I'm not sure whether there's a news article, but it will be a good thing for the country. Look, these are infrastructure that cost millions of dollars to erect, and I'm sure there was some private-public partnership involved with like Ducor and Hotel Africa. But now that I don't know whether those investors are still interested. But Liberia is a Liberian national asset. So if this government of the day is thinking about renovating those buildings, Diamond, I think it will be a good thing for our economy and for our country. And we look forward to seeing, Liberians having opportunities, having a share in those businesses. Get more Liberians involved. And also, what is on my mind is a Liberian Diaspora conference that I kick off today in Washington, D.C., as you rightly said. I couldn't attend today due to other engagement. But I think the president opening statement today was very clear. President Joseph Imabwaka, first of all, he acknowledged, the value and the asset that the Liberian diaspora is to the nation building of Liberia. He acknowledged that the power of the diaspora-based Liberia, where basically we consider today to be the middle class of Liberia, they have the most resources, they have the most asset. I mean, these people, the Liberians in the diaspora, send more money to Liberia combined than all of the international development aid coming to the country. Can you imagine that? And his message was very clear. We recognize that we have potential, we have talent. So it is now time to move from remittances to nation building. We've sent money for too long, which is great. But now let's start thinking about, and some have started. I returned to Liberia in 2014. And since then, I have continued to, contribute my widow's mite. But we need to begin to think holistically. We as Liberians, especially those in the diaspora, how can we partner with our fellow brothers and sisters back home? But it would require honesty to create these hubs, to create job opportunities, because that's like one of our greatest need today, job creation for young people. But how can we bring our assets back home, to be able to contribute to nation building? And I think that the conference is great. It's going on for 3 days. And we look forward to more deliberation and the outcome of that conference. But I think we are moving from rhetoric to action. And that's what Liberia needs. We talk a lot sometimes. When we move from rhetoric to action to implementation, it bodes good for our country and for our nation. And this news that you just bringing up, I've heard it. I haven't followed the rape allegation, but we did discuss the one about the Smith fellow about a week ago. But the rape culture in Liberia must come to an end. Look, we have a beautiful nation with beautiful people. We have a lot of single women and single men in our society. For grown men to be caught in and out of raping young people, young women, it is a shame. It tarnishes the reputation of our country. It creates credibility issue, and for the government that is struggling to really clean up the image of this country. And I always think that we have to do more to stop the rape culture. The laws are on the books. Those who are accused of rape should be processed duly as per law. They should be investigated, and if the proof is there, the evidence is there, they should be prosecuted to the fullest of the law. I look forward to more conversations tonight, Diamond. You're on mute, Diamond. You are muted, Diamond.
Thank you, Tamba. So Mr. Emmanuel George, I do see you in the background. Once you're ready, you can give me the thumbs up, and I'll bring you on the program. But Tamba, in as much as the president is encouraging the Liberian diaspora, to return and shift from remittances, which, as you said rightly, most of those remittances go to family help and aid and all of that, but a bulk of the chunk goes to projects, whether businesses or personal development, homes, and the rest. But what is the role of government in creating an enabling environment? I want to invest in a safe and secure environment, not a very polarized kind of environment. I want to come home and invest in a country that provides the opportunity, not just for Liberians home, but Liberians abroad. Not to see Liberians abroad as a threat. When you come from overseas, whether with your educational credentials or with your money or whatever, we see people tend to see you like the red plum. And they want to bat on you. Hey, you understand that Liberian colloquial term? That if you add a red plum or you like bat, they see you like a target, most of whom, if you open the lines now for diaspora Liberians to speak, many of them have been victims, not just by family members, but some by the system as well. What is the role of government in ensuring an enabling environment, giving incentives for Liberians home to return to and invest in this country. Tamba, you muted, sir.
Yeah, brilliant question, Diamond. I think Emmanuel is ready, so you can bring him on, so you can join the conversation.
Right. Bring him on.
You know, the role of government. Welcome, Emmanuel. Good to see you, Alicia. You're on mute.
Thank you, Tamba. Good to see you. Good to see you, Diamond.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the role of government, based on the president's speech today, encouraging Liberians to return home and invest in their country. The role of government starts with reform. First of all, as a citizen of Liberia and as an investor, if I want to bring my assets to Liberia and invest or continue to invest, I want to make sure that there is a rule of law, there is security, right, and also that there is the banking sector is able to absorb and help entrepreneurs to make capital available. And those are some of the things that we need to look at. So government reform take the form of creating an environment where people's assets are protected, where investors feel that they can bring their resources and their assets, whether they are Liberians or whether they are foreign direct investors, that they can come in and feel the protection of government, that no one will come as an investor, you come in to bring, say, a $10 million a program or even $1 million program. All of a sudden, people are comers or certain ministries trying to ask you to give them something before they can facilitate your paperwork. That shouldn't happen. So we need a regulatory environment that is clean of corruption, that doesn't create bottlenecks, and challenges and impediments for people who are coming with their assets and their money to invest in the country. Second, we need capital. We need the banking sector to make money available, financial resources available, not only to foreign investors in the country. And that's one of the challenges, in fact, Liberian-owned businesses are facing. That when they go to the bank sometimes, nothing against the Lebanese, the Chinese, and the Indians, but they tend to get credit faster in the Liberian banking system than Liberian-owned businesses. How do we change that? And then third, of course, is us Liberians. We who are saying now we want to invest in our country. We have to change our behavior and the way we do business. You see, business is based on integrity and honesty. We have so many stories where people will start businesses. Sometimes they will bring their family members on to run the business for them. After a few months or after a year, the business fall apart because the family members have basically used the money for their own personal needs. So dishonesty will not get us anywhere. We need to change our way of thinking. We need to begin to do business with integrity and honesty with one another. So it's a whole systemic or holistic change and reform that is needed to be able to attract more Liberians to return home and contribute to nation building. And we encourage them to do so.
Thank you, Tamba. Before I get to you, Mr. George, I'd love to say welcome to you, Kefiko. Hope you're doing good. But healthcare, the healthcare system as well, Tamba, is it pivotal? Because somebody might consider the electricity issue and say, okay, yeah, I can manage when LEC goes off, I can put my late target generator on, I can manage and all of that. But there is a fear. Any of us have friends that we speak to. Oh, my man, you can't come back home. My man, when something happened to me now, what kind of hospital I'm going to? Yeah, I'll leave my cool healthcare, my insurance, and all that kind of thing and come back. You mentioned the role of government, but you left out improving the healthcare sector, the health system in our country as well. Because remember now, Liberia is not Monrovia, where you just be stuck here. You can have access to AMI and other top-notch hospitals. But what if your investment, what if you want to go back in the hinterland to invest in agriculture and the rest of these things, and you're afraid of what might happen if you fall ill or anything like that? What's the government's role as well? Healthcare delivery. Is there a pivotal tool to encouraging the Liberian diaspora back home?
I think first of all, look, we have made some inroads when it comes to healthcare, but our healthcare system still is being challenged from a talent standpoint. We don't have enough medical doctors and nurses to cater to the population across Liberia. B, medication, equipment rather. B is equipment. The hospitals we have currently, the regional hospitals, the big hospitals don't have all of the adequate equipment and specialists on staff. So talent and equipment, go hand in hand. You need to have the people, the talent, and then have the equipment to be able to provide the services, the healthcare services to the citizen. And C is the availability of medication in the clinics and hospitals across Liberia. But also not only the availability, but the sheer corruption that goes into people taking medication from the system to divert it into their own private clinics. So the healthcare system definitely is being challenged and needs a systemic change. Government role there is to continue to really create an environment where we can reduce corruption in these services, because even if government is supporting and sponsoring, bringing in medication and equipment, but people who work within those systems are corrupt and are diverting some of the resources to private use, it creates the credibility issue and the challenge the healthcare is experiencing today. And that's where government can come in to be able to, bring some oversight, and regulatory authority, and bring in honest people to help manage the system. But in addition to healthcare, there are other sectors that government needs to improve upon. The electricity that has been a challenge, because you need power. You need constant flow of power across cities, across Monrovia and other big cities, to really continue to uplift the economy of the country. And see the road networks. The road networks remain a major challenge and opportunity for us as a country. And I'm glad this government continues to treat the roads as well as part of its arrest agenda. So there's a lot of structural issues, systemic issues that the government can do. But from the business standpoint, that's where I provided our first context in terms of what are needed in a business regulatory environment to encourage people to return home and invest.
Thank you, Tamba. Mr. George, it's an open conversation. You could start by telling us what's on your mind. We discussed some of the talking points that have been highlighted for tonight. But we started off on the issue of the Liberian Diaspora Conference that is being conveyed in Washington, D.C. The president, as the conveyor, he made a speech calling on the diaspora to shift from remittance to investment, and all of these things. There's also the issue of we spoke about indiscipline, the reckless driving, the lack of respect for traffic rules and laws in Liberia. And whatever it is that is on your mind, you can start from whichever of these topics you want to start propounding on, sir. You muted, sir. We're not hearing you.
Okay, Diamond, thank you. Good evening, Kev. Welcome. Looking at this, I may look at it different ways. And it may shock some people, it may excite some people the way I look at things. First of all, I don't know the reason or the reasoning behind the president's speech writer saying that we should move from remittance to investment, because I think we remit to invest. So there is no way we can invest without remitting. So, but yeah, in the last couple of years, and it's good that the president is attracting Liberian diaspora. I should have been at that conference. I think I may be there tomorrow and Sunday. And it's good that we are attracting Liberian diaspora. And Liberians go home 2 times a year. They go home in the month of March. A lot of Liberians go home in March, and a lot of Liberians go home in December, at least in the last, since this current democratic dispensation. But the challenge is how do we blend what the diaspora and Liberians are bringing with what our brothers on the ground have. I think that's the situation we'll continue to struggle with. Numerous stories, as Tama said, of Liberians who have come back, and I'm saying this. In fact, I've advised friends who want to purchase property, you should be extremely careful purchasing property on the Rawafi Highway, because the people who own the property on that highway seems to have the feeling that they should sell one piece of property 3-4 different times. So so the Rawafi Highway is those who sell property, they are very dangerous. And that's where we need the government to intervene. So if the Liberian diaspora come home and he want to invest in his country, and at the same time you had a struggle with thieves who are stealing your money, and then bringing gangs and of talks to fight you when you come to build on your property, that scares Liberians away. And I know a couple of my friends who have moved to Ghana. They have bought houses in Ghana because they purchased property in Liberia to build. Talks came on the land, and they retreated. They left that property where now they have invested in land in Ghana. But the thing about it is only we Liberians can build Liberia. No matter the challenge we have, every country history, people have struggled to build a country. Even the other country we live in, they struggle to build theirs. And I think that's the time for us as Liberians to realize that we are the only one that can build our country called Liberia. We are the only one who have to support and develop the country called Liberia, because nobody's going to do it for us. We have no other country besides Liberia, and it's time for us to keep investing. Things will change over time. I'm one of those who is very, very hopeful of Liberia being a better country. Things will change over time, but we have to struggle for a while. We have to sweat, and we have to struggle for a while. Then the justice system have to work. Yesterday, we talked about this issue. NTH Mama brought the issue of the Millennium Corporation House. And I think some time ago, Diamond, either you or one of the reporters in Spoon went to that place and covered the story in the initial stage. Now, you expect that the justice system will give justice to the Liberians who have purchased land on that property, and who this gentleman by the name of Mohammed Abdullah have stolen the monies and vanished into thin air, or he seems to be roaming and betting with some judges. Now, the justice system should give justice to those people. Mr. Abdullah should be arrested. He should be made to pay for it. Pay painfully for it. I was in Ghana in 1992, Diamond. A Liberian, if you are old enough, some of you may hear his verse on radio. If they still play the average he play, by the name of Robert Stubberfield. Robert Stubberfield should have been the first person to own the first private radio station in Ghana. But the Ghanaian government did not allow him because they felt it was a security threat to give the first private radio station to a non-Ghanaian. So they gave it to the Ghanaian radio station called Joy FM, which became the very first private radio station in Ghana. And Robert Stubberfield was one of the best journalists we had in Liberia. I think Joy FM even consulted with him as they were building that radio station in Ghana, in Liberia. Why is it that a Ghanaian or a Ivorian or whatsoever, I don't care whether he was doing good with his nationality, but how will he come to our country, dupe Liberians, and we still have him walking around in the street? So our justice system have to be very strong. Someone like Mohammed should be in prison right now. He should be made to pay all the money that he has stolen from these Liberian. NTH Mama is one. I know 78 families who have struggled with this theft of this gentleman, and he's still walking around free in Liberia. In fact, sometimes when you're talking to him, he get on the phone and calling judges ahead of you before you all go to the court. This man have met with Darius Dillon. He have met with the special advisor to the president. He have met with everybody with the fraudulent behavior he have. But yet them still, we are not strong enough to stop this fraudulent individual from stealing from the Liberian diaspora. So that's the thing we will need. But we Liberians, we have to build Liberia. We may have to have the mentality in Ghana in the 1990s. They have the mentality called the Burger Boys. These diaspora,
when you come from overseas and they call you Burger.
These diaspora that came back, but they came back to invest in the country, and I hope there are a lot of us talking about that. Some were on the station. I started an investment project. I have a couple of friends who are starting investment projects. We have to get ourselves into cooperative and other things, put monies together, come back and invest in Liberia, because that's the only country we have on the planet Earth.
Thank you, Mr. George, for your opening. Go to you, Kefiko. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Diaspora Liberians, the president has said, move away from remittance to investment. What other issues do you have on your mind? How do you see the diaspora being involved in Liberia's development? More involved, because they are involved, more involved in Liberia's development, not just as individuals, but as institutions and, cooperatives coming back to develop this country, because for Liberia to develop, we need the advanced minds and those who have a means, Liberians of means, to invest in this country as well. Kev, where do you stand on this?
I listened to. Let me say hi to Tamba, Emmanuel, and how you guys doing? Yeah, Emmanuel talk about the justice system, which is key for every investors in every country. And when you look at the country as a whole right now, what's going on in the country, my advice to diaspora Liberian, and I'll repeat, and I will say it, and I'll repeat it again: do not invest into Liberia. Do not invest into Liberia.
Where did you invest? And why?
And you can invest where you are. Look for another country. Do not invest into Liberia, because the first thing is a justice system. Just in case if they dupe you, do you have a redress? Tamba just said that this gentleman will pick up the phone and call a lawmaker and call Darius DeLong. Judges, it's not a suitable environment to invest. It's not suitable. A country who can overthrow their own speaker shows that the legislature is not working.
Mm.
A country who can the president with the Supreme Court rule and the president say, I don't care. It's not a country to invest. It's there. You will
So what do
only
you think
invest.
is done, Kev, by the government and to improve these things that you've said are reasons why Liberians in the diaspora shouldn't invest in the country? What can be done to remedy this?
The president need to respect the rule of law. It's as simple as ABC. Respect the rule of law. If you don't invest in the country. Imagine if you come and invest and they dupe you. Mr. Emmanuel is being duped of $60,000 to $70,000. He's sitting on the show. He's sitting on the show right now. No court in Liberia at this as we speak right now can help him. Can help him. So he there with his living body right now. He says 78 of them in a chat room. Why would you want to invest in a country that the president is breaking the law? The president himself is breaking the law. And the diaspora conference we're having this is a waste of time. It's complete nonsense. If you don't have a redress, do not invest in any country. Liberia is a gangster paradise. Don't invest there. Don't put your money there, because if somebody take your money, they call a judge, that's it. Do not invest. So I would want Mr. Emmanuel, who's sitting right here, to be strong, because he and his wife, he and his family, they're living something that they spend to have a good life in their own country. A decent man. I'll be on the platform, Emmanuel, he's a decent man. Spend money in his own country. He's being duped. And what he said, Darius DeLong is part of the man say I'll call Darius DeLong. And he's calling judges.
Kev, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me interrupt your time. Can I ask you a question? I disagree with you. I disagree with everything you just said. But let me just ask you one question or two questions. Kev, do you consider yourself a Liberian? Are you a Liberian?
Yes, sir.
When last were you in Liberia?
2023.
2023. Did you work in the past government, Kev?
No.
Were you a consultant?
No.
Have you ever done business in Liberia?
No.
Well, then you have no experience about Liberia. Or you have little or no experience about Liberia.
Yeah, but I do have a living body here.
I mean, I don't know where you been smoking, Kev, but for you to say,
But let me also ask you a question.
But Tamba and Kev, I beg before we go into the cross examination. Kev is speaking within his 3 minutes, and after that we can pose questions to Kev. Whether or not he has first person experience, others have had third person experiences, and it has made them afraid. And one of the essences, Tamba, of having this conference, if you were to agree with me, is for the diaspora Liberians to explain their own experiences to the stake, that is the government or stake actors, so that we can find a way of negotiating these things and improving the systems that will encourage Liberians now to move and shift from remittance to fully being invested in our country. Is that not one of the essences of this conference? So Kev is speaking from what he thinks discourages diaspora Liberians from investing in the country. So Kev, you continue with your 1 minute, and then we can move forward with the conversation. Tamba, you can pose your question to him as well after that 1 minute, and we can have this interactive.
I believe Emmanuel. He's a decent man. He don't have no reason to lie. He was due. He was due. But a government, and Emmanuel said yesterday, this government is trying to do business with the same gentleman. He was due, so I believe him. So in order to invest in the country, you have to have a guarantee of a redress, just in case if something go wrong. But if the president himself breaking the law, how can I invest in the country that the government, the president himself breaking the law? It's a problem. It's a problem. So in order for people to invest, in order for people to invest, that I want people to invest, it's not in this government. This government need to move away. This government, the people need to vote against this government and bring a responsible government, be it Mr. Cummings or Mr. Weah, but this government,
but not just this government.
Yes, because the president himself breaking the law.
All right, Kev. Thank you. So Tamba, you can go with your question, and then Mr. George, if you have a question, we can start with that, whether or not you agree or you disagree with Kev. But he has said, don't invest in the country. Pay no heed to what the government is saying. Keep your money, invest somewhere else. Don't come to Liberia to invest. Tamba, your questions, and to Kev, then we move forward.
Yeah, no, let me just make a statement, and then maybe later we can go at a questioning. But based on the brief questions Kev answer, here's my assumption, a takeaway. I don't think Kev, look, I don't want to get personal on the show today, but I don't think Kev has any kind of connection to the motherland for him to come on a public platform like this to tell people don't invest in Liberia. If you call yourself a Liberian and you're a patriot, no matter our political differences, you may come from the CDC and other people may come from the ANC like Emmanuel, and I may be an independent. But it doesn't matter who is in power. President Joseph Dimabwaga is the president today. When George Weah was president, Liberians didn't stop their remittances to Liberia because they were not seditionists. Liberians didn't stop their investments into Liberia or supporting the government of the day because they were not seditionists or because we disagree with the CDC's policies. As a national of any nation, as a Liberian, no matter your differences with the government of the day, you may find yourself in opposition, but you should always put your nation first. It should always be about your country first, not your party. Not your political party or your party or standard bearer. You see, when your loyalty is to an individual and to a political party, I'm sorry to say, but I question your patriotism as a Liberian. Now, with what Emmanuel shared his story, have people been duped in trying to do business in Liberia? Yes, it has happened. You have unscrupulous human beings, as I said earlier, about doing business with one another with honesty. You have unscrupulous humans who will go out there and try to dupe honest people like us, like Emmanuel, who are trying to go back to contribute to nation building, to start a business, to create job opportunities for people. I have been doing this since 2014. I have opened businesses that have failed. You know, I have started construction that haven't completed. But it doesn't discourage me to say, oh, because I have had bad times, so I'm not going to continue to invest in my country. I have gone to Echo Bank and I've had a challenge there with a teller. But one teller doesn't define the whole of Echo Bank, and I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. We'll continue to do banking in Liberia with those banks, but we just ask them to clean up their act and make customer service better. It is mind-boggling for you to come on such a platform to say, oh, you know, everything they are doing in Washington, D.C. is a waste of time. You shouldn't invest your money in Liberia. Even the former President George Bush, we are investing his money in Liberia. Look at all the condominiums he built. Look at his building that he renovated on 9th Street that almost was got out by fire this week. You know, your former government officials built in Liberia. And I don't care whether you take your money out of the country or you have invested your money out of the country. But wherever we are, Liberian people, we should always put our country first. We should always advocate. We should always encourage investors. And what we can continue to do is to bring the reform, to encourage this government to tackle reform, address issues of corruption, and create a regulatory environment where people feel secure. They can come and bring their resources and invest. Let's return home. Let's invest.
Thank you, Tamba. Mr. George, Kerf has used you as a personal reference as to why Liberians shouldn't invest in the country. After your experience, sir, are you still investing in Liberia? Do you still have an investment in this country? Or you no longer are interested in giving Liberia a try anymore?
Oh, Liberia is my country. Liberia have given me more than I have given to Liberia. And the only people that can develop that country is those of us Liberians. Those of us, who are Liberians. There are challenges. There is no country in the world that have developed without challenges. Even in this country, we get duped by people also, in different ways. People try to steal your credit card. They try to steal your personal information. But the justice system works if you identify the people. My conversation was about us strengthening the justice system. For someone like Mr. Mohammed Abdullah, by this time, I mean, see how brave he is to take. I don't know the case between him and Ndj Mama, but see how brave he is to take her to court when he have duped over 78 Liberian families. There are families who text me who have paid their 401k out of retirement. Their 401k decided to retire back to Liberia. Got this contract overseas, sent 50,000 or 100,000 for him to build a property. Told them the property was completed. Pack all the things on the ship. The ship arrived in Liberia, and then they flew in Liberia, decided to go to Mr. Mohammed to get the keys, only to find out that there was no property there. So this is not to discourage us. These are things that should strengthen us as Liberians to take seize of our country. And that's why I support Mr. Alexander B. Cummings, because I believe that he will prepare us in the direction we need to take this country to. I have been opportune and blessed by the Almighty God to live in many different countries, either as refugee or as partial, or as a resident or as a teacher. And that blessings that I have gotten, I have also seen the good, the bad, and negative of every country. But the only country I only saw that when I land on that soil, I feel happy, I feel excited, and feel strengthened is when I'm in Monrovia. I can go down to the health ministry junction there, get some and eat fufu in my hand and feel very comfortable being home. That's our country. And every Liberian in the diaspora, I know we go through all this experience, and that's why I'm saying that we need to form small groups, cooperative together. I know it's challenging for us Liberians to do these things, but we need to form this and invest in that country. We cannot have other people taking over our country, and we are not. Other people are getting rich in our country, and we are still struggling and working hard in different parts of the world in order to take care of ourselves. We should start investing in our country. So, no, Diamond, I'm not discouraging any Liberian from going back home to invest, but I can tell them for sure, if you want to buy property on the Rawafi Highway, make sure you have the money to build a house and the money to pay for the property at the same time. Because most of the people on that Rawafi Highway selling property, they are extremely dubious. And it will be difficult. In fact, the person who is selling the property is the same person who will go pay talk to come and beat you off the property that he sold to you in the night. We have had all those kind of experiences back home. So that's why I'm sharing with people. I'm only exposing you to what you will struggle with. When you go to the temple of justice, you don't get justice in time. The president is right that we must invest in our country, but the president too must open his atmosphere. The president is not unaware of what Mohamed Abdullah is doing. We have informed him in Dallas. We are informed, the Deputy Minister for Diaspora Affairs, Mr. Erasmus, he's very well informed about this issue. And I did not say Darius Dillon is conniving with them. I said that we informed Darius Dillon about this issue. We informed Darius Dillon about this issue. So they are aware, they are informed. Even the special advisor for economic affairs to the president is aware, he's informed. He has spoken with Mr. Mohammed in the presence of one of us that were due. So people are informed, but the sad thing is that this gentleman is still walking in the streets of Monrovia when he had duped over 78 Liberians. And yet instead we go to this diaspora conference because we want to hear what is good for our country, and we have to develop. Like, yes, I'm still interested in Liberia, Diamond. I'm a teacher. I do sometimes I'm called to do online teaching because of my profession. I do it at times. I worked at the University of Liberia when I was doing other jobs in Monrovia for about 2 years. I gave my time to the University of Liberia. I'm still waiting to give my time to any university system in Liberia that asks me for my time and my help. Other university president has reached out to me to help them with certain ideas they think I have, and I share it free of charge. No, I don't charge people for that. But that is our country. You will be hurt, but it's our home. That's where some of our neighbors. I don't know any other country well besides Liberia. I can live there. I'm a visitor. And but Liberia is the only country, as Darius Dillon would say, where nobody can deport us from. I still carry a Liberian passport, proudly carry a Liberian passport.
Thank you, Mr. George. Kev, you've listened to Mr. George, for whom you use as an example of why people shouldn't invest in Liberia, but he has said, look. Yes, it happened, but I'm still interested in investing in my country, making it better, working with government, working with sectors to make things better so that other Liberians can come home and invest. What would you say, Kev? My question to you is, how can we improve these things for which you've said are reasons why Liberians shouldn't invest in their country, but take their investment somewhere else and see their country plunder and other countries being developed? What are those things that can be done?
The first thing we should do is vote this government out. That's the first thing we should do. I don't know the position of Mr. Emmanuel, because I know I want to believe that the reason he supports Mr. Cummings because he believes that Mr. Cummings will have an environment that which you can come and invest safely. But if he's saying that you can still come and invest in the country of a president that disrespecting the law, so I will urge him to join the Unity Party and continue that he shouldn't be in the opposition, because if you are in the opposition, it's a reason why you are in the opposition. You are in the opposition because you believe that Mr. Cummings will have a good environment that you and your wife and your family will invest without somebody duping you. That's what I believe, that you join Mr. Cummings. And if you join Mr. Cummings to free Liberia from this tyranny that we having right now, you should speak clearly. You should be clear. You lost $60,000, Mr. Emmanuel.
But Kev, why are you so pained? Like in Liberia, why are you crying more than a bereaved?
Maybe you're right. Maybe I cry more than him. Maybe he doesn't feel that he lost 60,000. Maybe I believe him more than the truth. Maybe I believe him more than the truth, because if he what he said to us yesterday, that I felt his pain, that he should be calling for a change.
Has he not called for a change, Kev?
No, he's saying that he's a Liberian and he called to still invest in this democratic government. That's what he's saying. He's saying that invest in this government. So what I'm saying to you is, and if a president doesn't respect the rule of law, you cannot invest in the country while the president don't respect the rule of law. It's easy as ABC, very easy. If you respect the rule of law, it's an environment that you can invest in. So what I'm getting from you cannot be a blind patriotic Liberian. No, you cannot be that way. We want Liberia to work for everybody. So just because you are a Liberian, so you should come and invest, even if they dupe you, you should keep coming. No, we need to tell our people, don't come to a country and hold your money, and let's change this government, and let's bring people that you can come and invest.
Okay, since you want to make this political, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Mr. George, you first. When did this incident happen? When did you get duped? What year?
My dear brother Kev, there's a reason why when we talk the way we talk. And you know,
Mr. George, I beg you before you address Kev. What year did this incident occur?
We were attracted to this project in, what year was that? 1 minute.
Okay,
we're attracted to this project. I'm confirming for this. We're attracted to this project in 2022, Kev.
Kev, who was in power in 2022?
You asked a good question, and
so I believe
he was attracted to this project in 2022, right?
Yeah.
So what year you invested your money?
Oh, we started the investment in Kev. We started investment in 2022. You know, Kev, why attracted to us to that project?
Yeah,
why we felt that
Mr. Hold on. Let Mr. George answer the question.
Mr. Mohammed,
Mr. George, in 2022,
the reason why most of the families were comfortable in releasing the monies we released to Mr. Mohammed Abdullah was because the groundbreaking ceremony of that project, the former president, I don't know how much information he had on it. The former president, I think he did a groundbreaking, he did a groundbreaking ceremony. And the video, the advertisement for that project, if you go on YouTube and get the advertisement for that project, I think the project was advertised by where the regional arm of the Liberian news agency. They did a very beautiful advertisement on behalf of that project at that time. So those were the two things that attracted us to it. Now, when we got into the project, we found out it was different, and there was a change. There was a change in government too, and then that's when we realized also that the land was still the property of the people of Dwaso. That how they call it, and that Mr. Mohammed did not have the full deed for that property. So
you said who did the groundbreaking?
I think it was President Weah that did the groundbreaking.
With that alone instilled trust.
It was one. Yeah, it was one of the things that attract, because if you read the papers of that time, the National Housing Authority was a partner. It's a partner, rather. I mean, not say was. It's a partner to that project, the National Housing Authority. So those were the things that made many of us actually to believe that, okay, you have the government involved, and then you have it. So we thought it was a private-public partnership going on in this thing. But it was later on that we got to find out that no, that was not the full picture. It was a gentleman that was trusted to carry out this deal. He may have knew his connection, because many of us Liberians do that. May have knew his connections. with someone in the office of the president and brought him there. Because if you see the billboard, right, if you get to, and it's opposite, those of you who don't know, the project is opposite the Cassidy Barrack. If you if you see the billboard of that project, it shows a zone that was going to have a market, schools. I mean, it's completed. So anybody who
let me ask you a question.
Anybody who have attracted
Kev, I beg you, Kev, just hold on a minute, Mr. George. So I want you to talk about a year, because Kev shifted this whole thing from how we can invest in our country into a political storm. Now, you said you were attracted to the project because President Weah did the groundbreaking. I remember 2 to 3 houses went up. The project is not far from the LTA headquarters. The new headquarters of the LTA. It's not far from the 14 military hospital. It's just along that stretch of the road. So you said you invested money in 2022 in that project?
Again, we invested in that time. We'll have to look at the contract. We invested in that time in that project. Again, there were 2 things that attracted us and believed that this was on. In fact, I was recruiting some of my friends to even join. 1, it was the groundbreaking ceremony. 2, it was the you can go to YouTube, you can pull that thing up, pull Millennium Construction project. A beautiful video that was, and it was advertised by the, and how they called it, the Liberian news agency did that advertisement. And in fact, they were using the president's name as part of the development project in the country at that time. So those were what attracted to us to that. But perhaps we can take some part of the blame, because, I mean, if you bring such a huge investment, you would definitely attract a president to go and do the groundbreaking ceremony, right? But then again, the National Housing Authority was part of it. Remember the history of that property when President Sirleaf was president. That's where the whole story started. When President Sirleaf was president, she said they were going to build housing in that area for middle class Liberians. So then it turned over to the Weah government, and when this government came in power, we tried to bring the case to the forefront at that time. So yeah, it have come through several processes.
Damon, let me come in because I think
Kev, go ahead.
Our audience are now understanding. This thing started from Ellen, right? It started from Ellen. Ellen introduced this company. It followed up through President Weah and regime. So when Ellen brought it in, people invested, wanted to get a home through President Weah groundbreaking. What are we talking about? When they dupe you and you asking for redress, we're talking about redress, not investment. Let's get it straight. So I can bring my business, right? Legitimate business. But if I dupe somebody, right? If I ask for redress, we are talking about redress here. So let me ask you, Emmanuel.
Yes.
Monserrado is where you station, right? Monserrado is where you consider as your home, right?
Yeah.
Darius Dillon is your senator, right?
Yes.
And you reported this incident to Darius Dillon. Am I correct?
No, I did not report the incident to Darius Dillon. Let me get it clear. Darius Dillon. I said Darius Dillon is aware because my wife had a meeting with him and reported the situation.
Yeah, but Emmanuel, you or your wife, you're all at one. Yeah, you're one at one, man.
He was very gracious, but yeah, he's aware. That's why.
No, Diamond, let me finish. I want to roll here. So
just close on in 1 minute so we can bring Mr. Kennedy on.
What was the result of Darius Dillon? What you guys got from Darius Dillon? Did Darius Dillon did anything? Did he forwarded? He explain to the Liberian people what Darius Dillon did.
Okay. Now
I think your wife can speak on that too, because I think your wife can speak on that, because I think you ask Diamond for your wife.
You guys want me to bring her on the show?
Yeah. I think that's
willing
cool.
to talk
What
about
do you think, Diamond? What do you think, Diamond?
Are you? But yeah, she met with Senator Dillon. She's coming. She met with Senator Dillon. They had a conversation on it. Senator Dillon invited Mohammed. Mohammed agreed that he was the one that signed the contract, and he also agreed that he was going to finish the property in a stipulated time. So that was where it stopped at that time. But she can come and speak for herself if you want her to talk more to it.
Mr. George, you have to leave it at that. You know,
okay, thank you.
You are a panelist on the program. You've spoken on behalf of your family, so we have to leave it at that. Okay. So, Kev, my question to you is: you were discouraging Liberians from investing in Liberia, that this government is full of scam, and blamed Mr. George and his family's misfortunes on this government, and they shouldn't come until this government is changed. Now you realize that they paid money in 2022. Former President Weah was the poster boy of that project. He did the groundbreaking. The National Housing Authority under former President Weah was involved, and these are indicators of trust. What now do you have to say to Liberians who invested under President Weah and lost their investment and scam?
So you get it wrong. I wish Mr. Emmanuel can get it straight to you. The introduction of this company came from Ellen. Ellen did that.
The groundbreaking, Kev.
Okay, but can I just finish?
Yeah. I just want you to speak to the correct.
So I come in there now. So they came in Ellen, Joria, and did the groundbreaking. But we did a groundbreaking through Ellen and President Weah. It looked like a legitimate business. Everybody, a lot of people went in there. What we are saying here is about redress. We are talking about justice. Mr. Emmanuel, we are talking about justice. Am I correct? No, you meet it.
Yes, you're correct, Kev. The 78 families are talking
about. Yes, the 78 families. It's about justice. Let's think on that. Don't go to us. Who break ground? Who brought it? Ellen brought it. That was the Unity Party. Break ground. We're talking about.
Did he pay his money on President Salif regime? Did he pay his money doing President Salif regime?
You can pay your money under President Weah. We asking now. When they dupe him, right? This government,
whose regime did he get duped, Jeff? Before we start looking for the redress, whose regime did he get duped?
We're talking about. He did not say he was duped in 2022. The next year was 2023. It was election, and this government is doing business with him. He said it yesterday. He said this government is trying to give him contract. Is what he heard. You say what you heard. That this government is trying to get contract after 78 Liberia was due. So that's why we're talking. So if this government is coming, wait, let me end it. If this government is coming as a change agent and still trying to say that I will do business with people that Emmanuel, who invested in 2022, say I was not treated right, and this government is trying to do business with, that is problem he's saying right now. Because they was due. So let's focus on that. So we're talking about justice. Now,
can we come in now? I mean, Paul is here, I'm here.
I have to hold you a bit, Tamba, and then bring on Mr. Kennedy, who just joined the program, and then I'll get back to you and Mr. George, and we will post some pictures as well of Liberians that are investing in our country. Mr. Kennedy, you're welcome to the program. President Boyka addressed the Liberia Diaspora Conference as the conveyor asked the diaspora to shift from remittance to investment. And what's your take on that? We've started this conversation off as to government, what can government do to create the enabling environment that will protect Liberians in the diaspora to come back home, invest? With all of what we're hearing, there's been successes equally, there's been, failures on the part of people trying to invest, whether duped or things didn't turn out the way they thought they would have. What would be your suggestion to bring the diaspora home? What can the government do, and what can Liberians, even those on the ground, do to encourage such investments in our country?
Thank you very much, Diamond. Good evening to my colleagues on the panel and everyone following us. We want to admonish to continue to participate on Spoon, as this is where we come to engage in dialogue on the common interest and the forward march of our country. Damo, you asked a very interesting question. What can government do to enable? You already answered the question about, just elaborate on a little to be more specific on the enablement. Government is an enabler, and government should be there to enable people who want to invest to make sure that they are protected. So what can government do? One, make sure that the court system speedily trial to put a framework together for justice for people who have reservation, or for people who have been duped, or for people who have been tricked out of money. We see here in the United States, there were some Liberians who were bringing gold scheme here in North Carolina and scheming people. When the American government lay hand on them, they put them in jail for 10 years, or probably even more. You come here now to America from Liberia or any other country trying to scheme Americans, it's in the back of your mind that when you are caught, you'll be prosecuted and you'll face the full weight of the law. So Liberian government need to ensure that perpetrators of dubious acts are not just giving facilitation to be running around in the community, but they should be, brought to justice. When investors see that the investing environment is protecting their investment, definitely you don't even need to tell them to come to invest. They'll be running to come to invest. Then you ask, what can the Liberians themselves on the ground do? They need to begin to be trustworthy. I mean, I bought land twice, paid for the same land on a couple of occasions, and I was listening to Emmanuel. That very property, I know a personal friend who has paid over $50,000, and every now and then they kept telling them to keep paying money when there was no hay and tay. Right now they're running after their money. They can't see the end to it. So he's right. There is a lot of scandals about that, and people have been taking money in the name of selling properties and giving things to people that they never get. But let's not make this political about regime or about presidency or about where it was signed, when it was signed. Listen, when we narrow down our country development to political argument and debates, we don't go far, because no government, whether it's this government or previous governments, should facilitate people who have devious intents to come and trick people into giving their money for things that they didn't receive. And nobody on this forum or platform should be trying to justify, because it was done then, so it's right now. And I'm not saying any of you did it. I'm just saying that it is a deterrent. And, just to finalize on what I think about the president encouraging people to come to invest, right now what Liberians are doing, every Liberian is individualizing their investment in the country. It's not taking us anywhere. Even though we are remitting up to $800 million every year, you don't really see it because it is not a holistic form of development. I just sent $300-400 to Liberia in doing my own business a few days. I mean, Emmanuel probably sending money. Tamba has a big estate that he's building. How is that making any impact? Not much of an impact as compared to when we mobilize and structure, institutionalize that investment, through, putting money together, foreign direct investment scheme, actually actualizing it to work. That will make a lot of difference as compared to everybody just sit down here and send money to build your house in Sapema, somebody build their house on Ralphie Highway. That's an individualized development versus what we really need in the country. So I think the president had some good vision, but I don't see the framework yet. I will think that they need to come up with a better framework to say, listen, we just put 400 acres of land in Bento. We're going to put tax waiver on that land. Anybody who wants to build house there, we're going to help to facilitate the National Housing and Saving Bank or whatever that housing authority is going to work to give you, this amount of leverage. Anybody bringing building material from the U.S. or from China, we're going to give you tax waiver. These are the kind of things you do, but I'm not hearing any of that. But maybe this is the first day of the conference. So I'm hoping that they put more of the actual work versus, all of the pageantry. Everybody just come and speak. I've listened to thousands of speeches about Liberia, attended several conferences, and nothing has happened much. So I hope that this conference takes another trend apart from the, facade of it. We really need to hear what will encourage people to want to come home to invest. But your questions are very good, Damo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Chisholm, good to have you on. We're discussing before we transition to our next talking point, which has got to do with the Liberia National Police release that they too were denied access to the residence of former President We are on 9th Street to carry out investigations after the fire outbreak there at his residence. But we're discussing now, Mr. Chisholm, the first Liberia Diaspora Conference. President Bwaka, the conveyor, his messages, shift from remittance to investment. And we're saying, what are those things that will encourage Liberians in the diaspora to shift from remittance to more of investors? What are those things you think the government and the people can do to encourage Liberians in the diaspora to come home and pump in their monies to be able to get returns and to empower and employ other Liberians? Is it possible to see that shift? Kev says, not under this regime. What's their view?
Yeah, Damo. So there are a few things that needed to be in place to encourage people to invest their resources into the country. One, you need to have what we call the rule of law. People need to know that they are protected under the law, that they got remedy, they can seek redress under the law. And that which is already missing in our country right now under this administration. The rule of law in our country today under this administration is at its lowest peak. We have never seen any government institutionalize the disregard of the rule of law. We have never seen any government try to monopolize and weaponize the judiciary in any way like this government is doing. So it's terrible for you to encourage people to come and invest in this kind of under this condition. I think until this government can rectify that, it's not a favorable condition for anybody to invest in. And we have a lot of Liberians that are in the diaspora that want to come home. They want to come and invest. Some of them want to build their homes. But some people, they send money here and people squander it and they can't seek redress because the legal system is not that strong to give the people the necessary redress they need. And until we can establish that, until this government can be intentional about the rule of law, you cannot have any serious investor investing in this in our economy. Another thing is that you need to protect people who you want to invest. For example, we had the free zone areas, where people will come and invest, and they get some. There'll be some tax breaks. There will be some tax waiver. All the things need to be put into place. And so until we can move from just the talk and be intentional about wanting people to come. Let's take, for example, if we establish a free zone again somewhere else, maybe on the Ralphie Highway, around Marshall, somewhere, that say, okay, this place, once you are coming to invest here, you got some tax waiver, encourage people to invest in the economy. Until we can do that, then it will be all talk, and nothing else. But I don't see this government being very intentional about that. I think they're trying to have some political stunt. I think that's what they're doing.
So you take that entire conference to be a political gimmick? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Nothing beyond that.
Bringing the diaspora and together to find solutions?
Nothing beyond that. There's nothing beyond that. It's just a political show off, you know. Well, where the policy? You went to a conference. What was the objective of the conference? Well, where are the policy? Well, I mean, what you intended to achieve on that conference? You just put a group of Liberians together to talk to them. That's all. Nothing more than that. There should be an objective. What you aim to achieve. Well, what's the policy you're going to put in place? I mean, what did you play? You know, I don't see that. And this is why we continue to say that this government has demonstrated a very high degree of incompetence. And they need to double up on that. Because you cannot call serious professional people that asking them to come and invest in your economy in the country, and you don't have any plan, no policy, nothing in place. You know, so I don't think the government is serious about that. I think they just want to score some political points.
Okay.
And they need to step up just more than that. Come home, you know, put together some policies and be intentional about what you want. Okay. Because just 1 million diaspora contribute to our economy hugely, very hugely. But it's not synchronized. It's not. So people like, you know, investing individually, and it's nothing. But I think if the Liberians in the diaspora can put together, can harness their resources, they will have something strong to invest in the economy and be good.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chisholm. So I'm trying to get Erasmus's number. He is the key organizer, the main organizer of this. This is his baby. And we want to know, as you said, it's good to speak to the horse to get the information. What's the plan after this conference? What do they intend on doing with what they collect from the attendees of the conference? How soon will we see feedbacks and implementations of what they will collect from this conference, and how they will turn it into tangibles that will encourage the diaspora? So I'm trying to get his number, and once I get it, we'll place a call to him and bring him on the show. Until then, let me close up with Tamba quickly on this issue. We'll move to the denial of the LNP from accessing the residence of former president. We are to carry out their investigations. Tamba, is it about putting your money where your mouth is? In this particular case, you heavily invested in Liberia, but I want you to speak to our consciousness as well. Have you ever experienced being duped? Any bad experiences in the process? I'm talking about people tell 3 bag of cement, you know, where they use 15 and then they use 12 and 3 down there and that kind of stuff. But you listen to Mr. Josh's own experience, but speak to us quickly as a Liberian that is heavily investing a year in your country.
Yeah, thank you, Damon. I think, first of all, Mr. Emmanuel George experience happened in 2022, I believe. I think that was still during the time of the CDC government rule. But let me just say that there's no, you know, there will all be experiences where some people may experience bad experiences, have bad experiences like George, but also investment come with risks sometimes. We understand the challenge in Liberia, as I said earlier. It's about a shift of change in mindset. When you have a government that is responsible, that has taken steps to make change, to transform the nation, to rebrand the country, it's not going to happen overnight, Damon. But we can be rest assured as Liberians that we have a responsible government that is not taking the steps to transform and rebrand this country and put in place, you know, measures to protect investments, and they are beginning to put in place a framework through this diaspora conference, for example, Paul. And we all look forward to seeing what that framework looks like and how we can continue to encourage more Liberians to return home and invest. On the second side, as a Liberian, you sit on this show because you are in opposition and you criticize everything this government is doing, and you even discourage investment back home, then I question your patriotism. I have been back in Liberia since 2014. All these images that Diamond is showing are some of the work, I mean, I'm interested in Liberia.
Why you're feeding a cow?
Yeah, well, I have a smallholder farm. You know, where I raise some livestock. So this is about, and I show this. You know, I'm a very personal person, but I show this to tell Liberians that, and this didn't happen overnight. This took 10 good years of commitment, of effort, and managing. I had challenges. At some point, I fired, I think, 2 contractors during the process of erecting that structure. But I had to be able to manage the process. I had to be able to manage my resources. I had to put in place an accounting system, a check and balance that people can just dupe me every time. And no, Emmanuel, I know you had a bad experience, but it shouldn't discourage you from investing. It's finding the right people. So I should rather say, Emmanuel, I show this to tell citizens, Brother Chesson here and Brother Kev Hassan, we who are connected to Liberia, we love Liberia and we'll always put Liberia first. This is why we invest back home. You see, when we invest back home, we create jobs for young people. This project for over 10 years created over 100 jobs, maybe part-time jobs or temporary jobs, but people were able to feed their families and send their children to school from this project. This project is ongoing, which is not completely finished yet. Continue to create jobs for 7-10 people every year. And then the smallholder farm, livestock farm is something we intend to continue to build on and increase it, right? Expand it. Hopefully with some support of people of like mind who are interested, they can come in and invest and be a shareholder. So we show this to show that, look, Liberia is not going to become a paradise overnight, but we need people who truly love this country, who put their hearts and their money where their mouths are in Liberia, not just coming on every day, excuse me, criticizing everything that the current government is doing because you find yourself in opposition. What have you done? Some of you been there for 6 years or were in government there. What did you do during that time? You know, what did you do to encourage investment in the country? What did you tell your leaders to address the corruption issues that they were dealing with? I mean, if we talk about scam, like Kev said, a scam. How many scams, scandals that we had during the former President George Manawia's government? We all heard about the Iboma and Elton loan. We all heard about the Bali Island estate when he put his hand up and said, we're going to build Bali Island here. You know, we heard about the 6,000 teachers that were coming and never show up. The Millennium and National Housing Project that Emmanuel was a victim of, even though it was a brilliant initiative, a public-private partnership. The $200 million drug bust, and all of a sudden the drug suspect disappeared in thin air. I don't want to attack your stewardship because that's part of your legacy. But I want to talk about today, what is happening today and what we can do to move this country forward.
Okay,
so
Tamba.
That's what we need to be focusing on.
Okay, thank you.
Damon, just 1 minute, Damon.
Just a minute so we can transition, sir, please.
Thank you very much. You see, Tamba, when you're speaking, and you should speak like an intelligent person, right? The Iboma and other arrangements that failed. It did not fail because of the government refusal to carry it out. No. The IMF had a full program. So you need to research properly and speak like an intelligent person. When you speak and just talk about lapses in government, you know you want to talk about? You want to talk about the city and arrangement that your government has failed to change when they say it was a bad arrangement. The method, you should talk about that they said to the Liberian people that it was a bad arrangement. When they win, they want to change it. Up to now, they haven't changed it. In fact, they are stealing from that arrangement even more. Western Cluster, they said that Western Cluster was a bad arrangement. Today, what they are doing, they are part of it. They said that they're going to fight the drugs. They lie. In fact, your government is importing drugs. People close to your president is importing drugs in our country. His family members are importing drugs in our country. Your government is known for lying about everything they've ever done in this country. And so I think you should be ashamed to even blame a previous regime for something you mentioned that you don't even have any idea of. You know,
sir.
let's thank you for proper reason for that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now we transition from the Diaspora conference, which has been a lengthy conversation. Mr. Kennedy, you have anything to add before we go, or you good? You good?
No, let me add something, because all of a sudden, Jefferson is about to start.
If you add, Mr. Chisholm will add, and then we'll just be adding.
Okay, all right, I'll get my chance. But this is now a personal insult. Let's stick to the issues.
Let's just leave it.
Let's stick to the issue.
Okay.
You got nothing to
I can take Paul 1 minute if he doesn't have anything to add.
I just wanted to caution us Liberians that whenever we fight among ourselves, we lose everything. And our fighting, our disgruntlement, our outrage really just make the foreigner to look at us and capitalize on that to benefit themselves. Because we are fighting among ourselves, we are not able to consolidate our resources to say, listen, Emmanuel, you, Chesson, and myself, let's open a gasoline, a mineral refinery in Liberia. We're not able to do that because the three of us cannot even agree on a common thing. So I think we should now begin to repattern our minds to look to see our country is 178 years old. It's among one of the least developed of all time. How can we as children of this land progress above that? I'm told when you put several resources together, you can do well. How can we harness? How can we mobilize? How can we put resources together to move forward? I think that's what this conference is about. What I see with it, Diamond, is we talked about it earlier, is I've not seen the clear framework. They've held one of these conferences before in Philadelphia. Up to now, I've not heard what became of that. I think this is the second, because the first one in Philadelphia was also a diaspora conference. What I'm trying to find out is how was that different from this one they are having here? You can do the same thing 10,000 times. If you keep doing it the same way, you will keep getting the same results. So I think they should take a hard check and revisit some of the framework they got of how they can be able to attract investors, but also how we as Liberians can come together to be united at one front to do investment. I mean, we got money in the country, we're investing there. We wouldn't care which government is running, right? Most of us are talking this issue about government, this government, that, because government is the highest and largest employer, and everybody is trying to get a government position. So we defend government, even if they are going wrong most of the time. So I think we should revisit ourselves and just find a way that we can put resources together to start business initiative and direct government on how they can help to support us. That was what I wanted to add to it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've been trying to reach Erasmus T. Williams. He's one of the brains behind this, and we're unable to get him. His number is off. The number that we are provided is not going through on WhatsApp. We're trying to get him, and that would have been fair for him to have provided us information, but we'll keep trying during the course of the program as to how they intend and the difference for which you asked between what was held in Philadelphia and what is now being held in DC. And at the end of the day, what do they intend to achieve, and whether or not these conferences will not just be, as described by Mr. Chisholm, as political gimmick or a show, but to see diaspora Liberians uniting, forming cooperatives, what a public-private partnership. How can we transition from remittance, not just the diaspora, but the government as well, assisting in making sure that happens. He's okay. So we just got 2 checks on our message to him. So while we've transitioned into the next conversation, if we do get him, we will then bring him on the show. But let's move to
Diamond. Sorry to interrupt. It's Ambassador Elwood Dunn that's actually the key organizer of this conference.
Okay, he's Minister for Diaspora Affairs at the Ministry of State. That's why I'm trying to hear from him, because he's a state actor. So I wanted to hear from him, Mr. Judge. But if you have the ambassador's number too, you can send it, and we can speak with him as well, not just from the state actor standpoint, but from the non-state actor standpoint as well, how they intend on making this happen. But the Liberia National Police issued a release today stating that they closed the big gate to Nash Street Infonet. President, we have very tall, gigantic, huge gate. They lock it. They were told by one EPS agent, the agent in charge of the residents, that they will not enter to do their investigation relating to the fire that gutted, not to gut, if I use gut, then I mean at the whole place, but the fire outbreak, at the former president's residence. Also confirming or corroborating the account from the Liberia National Fire Service that their fire investigators were also denied access. Backdropping this with the statement from the CDC, for which Kev and Mr. Cheeson and Representative Gray, who's now on the show, and Isaac Doe, stood by that statement that the fire outbreak at the former president's residence was an intentional attempt to assassinate him. Investigators are being denied. So I'll start with you, Tamba. You are the first on the program. What's your take on this? Fire service denied. We want to find the root cause of this thing. If it was an attempt on the president's life, so that we can know how it happened, so that we can prevent such from happening again. If it was an electrical shock, how did it happen? The root cause, we just need to find out how it happened. Why do you think, Tamba? First of all, before I go to why, should investigators be denied access to investigating, though it's a private residence, but with a whole country and the stature of former president shouldn't that be an issue of concern? Should investigators not be granted access and given all of what they need to carry out their investigation?
Yeah, thank you, Diamond. I think it's a very good question. I missed this conversation earlier in the week, but here's what I'm going to my take on this is. As I said earlier, in any country, in any democracy, people have to understand that as citizen, your role as a citizen is to respect the law. That's part of your obligation as a citizen. When you have respect for the law and you believe in the law, then the law protects you. The law works for you. I did read the CDC statement. After the fire was reported at the former president's home. First of all, I thought that the statement in itself was antagonistic and it was an accusation against the government of trying to attempt on the former president's life. But also, if you have a fire incident, it can be a former president's home. You have to let the people do their job. You have to give them access. If in advanced countries, when there's an outbreak of fire in your home and the fire brigade comes, the Liberia National Fire Service comes in, they take over their home until they complete their investigation. I understand that they came that night when they reported the fire and they were able to contain the fire. Hopefully, there was no major damage. I've been seeing photos because the photo that was trending online, I believe, was an AI generated image. But it would have been good to really let the people there come in, do their work, complete their investigation, take pictures, and try to find the true source of that fire and the cause of the fire. So look, let's not begin to cry wolf when actually the wolf hasn't shown up. I think we have a responsible government that's not going to try to go after his opponent, and we would not encourage that. That's not something that any lawful country would do, because this is a country that's trying to attract foreign direct investment, that's encouraging its people to come back home. And when the former president came back home that day at the airport, he did say it. He said, look, this is my country. I'm free here. I'm happy to be home. And that was a good thing. That was a good statement. Then all of a sudden there's a fire incident and then you don't want to let the fire service or the police complete their work. I think, look, it was a missed opportunity. And if he hasn't done so, he should let the people back into the compound, let them complete their work so we can know exactly what was the cause of the fire.
Okay, Tamba, before I move on next to you, Mr. George or Kefiko, I don't which of you came first. Let's see the statement from the Liberia National Police. And this is what it says. It's a lengthy statement, so I'll just read the key parts. It says, for immediate release, LMP denied access to former President Weah's residence. Forensic investigation continues into fire at NSA Director Prince C. Johnson's home, Monrovia, Liberia. The Liberia National Police confirms its response to two separate fire incidents reported in Monrovia and Painesville between September 21 to 24, 2025. On Sunday, September 21, 2025, the Special Investigation Unit of the Crime Services Department received information regarding a fire outbreak at the residence of Honorable Prince C. Johnson, Director of the National Security Agency, located in New Kamatown, So Clinic Community, Painesville. A team of investigators was immediately dispatched to the scene to gather preliminary information. Statements obtained from witnesses and occupants of the property indicate that the fire occurred during the early morning hours and affected a 3-bedroom structure. The Liberia Fire Service responded promptly. However, the house had already sustained significant damage prior to their arrival. The forensic team continues to gather evidence in support of establishing these circumstances surrounding the fire. Separately, on Wednesday, September 24th, 2025, a fire incident was reported at the 9th Street Cinco residence of former President George M. Weah. Upon arrival, the LNP forensic team and investigators were informed by Mr. Jack N. Yanapi, special agent in charge of the premises, that the residence was closed and that no instruction had been given to permit entry for investigation. Follow-up calls were made, but no further response was received as of this release. The LNP wishes to reassure the public that it remains fully committed in conducting impartial, professional, and lawful investigations in all cases, irrespective of personality, position, or political affiliation. No individual or institution is above the law, and our role is to uphold the rule of law in a manner that protects lives, property, and democratic stability. While the Liberia Fire Service is mandated to determine the technical causes of fire outbreaks, the LNP forensic team continues to provide investigative support to ensure transparency, accountability, and public confidence in these processes. Updates will be provided to the public as investigations progress. The LNP expresses its concern and solidarity with former President Weah and Honorable Johnson, their families, and all those affected by those unfortunate incidents. Contact Present Public Affairs Division, Liberia National Police Headquarters, Capitol Hill, Monrovia, Liberia. So that is the release. 2 separate incidents and 2 different outcomes. One, they said they've been conducting their forensic investigations. The next, they said they've been denied. Mr. George or Kef, in which other order? Okay, Kef, you were here earlier. What's your take? The LNP has said they've been denied access.
What the LNP were going to do that? To do what? That's the question. To do what? Let me say this. There's no fire expert in Liberia. Because if there was one, they could have taken them to the Capitol building. They had to call for a foreign fire expert from Minnesota. What are they going to do there? You see, they play too much. They joke too much. This government is a joking and playful government. They're not going to bring that thing around President Weah. President Weah is a serious man. It's a serious business. His house went on fire. We need seriousness. You just went there to the gate. We are informing the former president. We are going through the court system to know that there is a potential thing. And by the way, they already come up with a ruling. They say it was electrical thing. Going there to do what? There is no fire expert in Liberia. When there's a fire, you need a fire expert to go there and then find what happened. But those guys are jokers. This government, they joke, they play too much. You want to go in the former president and house to do what? What are the police going to do what? To do what? When the Capitol building, the government brought those 3 gentlemen from Minnesota because they were fire experts in Minnesota. Because you know why? We don't have it in Liberia. So what are we going to do?
Let me just chime in there a bit. Was that not an investigative report done by Liberian fire investigators before the fire chiefs were brought in for a second opinion, Kev?
There was nothing. It was just speculation. They had to bring experts because we don't have it. You have to have a fire expert. No fire expert in Liberia. And I challenge anybody on the show to name any fire expert in Liberia. I challenge anybody. Or somebody can call in. No fire expert in Liberia.
All right, but let's
go
to the issue of investigating. Don't you think it's in the interest, not just of former president, but for our security apparatus to know what was the cause of the fire, and should be given access to materials that are needed to investigate?
To do what? To do what in the house? It's a fire, so you need fire expert to determine the cause. To do what? Police to do what?
The police said they are forensic team, they are forensic experts.
To do what?
To do what? Making sure that
to do what? It was not a murder case. It was not a murder case. This is a fire. When there's a fire, you need a fire expert to go and get the cause of fire. This government played too much on serious government.
Okay, Kev. So the gate should continue to be locked in front of them.
So because the former president is a very intelligent man and know exactly, with a very good team around him, they know what they're doing. You're not going to come and just go in somebody's gate with the police to do what? It's a murder case. It's a fire case. We want to know what caused the fire. That's all. So, and if anybody on this panel who, because I believe everybody here intelligent enough, let it educate me and tell me if we do have a fire expert and what is the name of the fire.
I will educate you when my time comes to speak.
I'm trying
to educate you when my time comes to speak.
For the
because you challenge everybody on the panel.
Yeah, I challenge you to tell me. I need you to tell me the name of fire expert. Don't beat around it. Diamond, I will kindly ask you. I will kindly ask you a request. Maybe Tamba and Emmanuel will allow. I'll plead to you guys. Let Kennedy come in and tell me the fire expert and the name and what school he graduated from.
National Fire Service. He's in charge of operations. Whether or not they do have fire investigators, as compared to your
Diamond, please do not help Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy say he know the fire expert. He know what school they went. He said he know the fire expert, what school they graduated from. He know everything.
Information.
Mr. Slanger,
let me speak to
Mr. answer that. Can Kennedy answer that?
Mr. Taylor, how are you?
Yeah, no, but I'm doing good, Diamond. Thanks for getting me online, and thanks for, I think I already listened to your brief conversation on if fire service have fire investigator and what all we have. So yeah, it's true, we have fire investigator. Our team runs from fire prevention. We go to firefighting, and from there we go to fire investigation. So we have a lot of teams that are responsible for said purpose. Said purpose is when you have a fire outbreak, and after the fire outbreak, the next day or maybe the next minute or next hour, what happens is that the fire investigator have to go on the scene where they have to carry their gloves and carry a lot of other equipments to make sure and know exactly where the fire came from and how the fire started, and it will give us update exactly what went on or what went wrong to have the fire outbreak. They will ask few questions, but through their instrument, they will come out and tell you that the fire started from maybe or class A or class B or class C. They'll tell you all of those stuff. If it's an electrical fire, if it's a fire from gasoline, is a fire from just matches or waste, something like that. So they will tell you all of that. I mean, so we have fire investigators.
Kev said experts. So what makes you an expert in your field? Do you have expert investigators, or they just people get on the sour and put in as fire investigators?
No, so yes. There are people who go to school for. I'm just like a graduate from the fire science school. So in the fire science, we learn fire prevention, we learn fire investigation, but there are people who go deeper into fire investigation. I'm not a fire investigator. I'm the deputy director for operation. I'm not a fire investigator. I know there are people who like come up with full details on what are exhibitors doing a fire scene, and it will come out and give you a exact put on what happened. Like for instance, when we had the fire, the awesome fire at the Capitol building, you saw that people sent some people from America to have details. And no problem, people they were fire investigators. They came and they checked it. They gave the same report that our investigator gave us. So it was nothing different. They said, it was an awesome fire, and the people came from America said it was an awesome fire. So it's clear that people go to school for these things. You cannot say people who investigate criminal cases. They don't go to school to be a person to investigate criminal cases, because they will check your eyes. People who even serve as counselor at the embassy, they go to school for these things, so that just in case you are going to interview, they will look at you in your eyes. They go to school for it. So it's not strange that people not go to school for it, or they are just passed up. No.
Just quickly before I let go of you, or if any of the panelists have got a question for you, because Kev said you do not have experts. Did the Liberia National Fire Service, through your experts for which you said you have, investigate the Capitol arson, came up with your investigative findings prior to the American experts coming on the ground? Just give us that particular clarity. Was there already a report from the Liberia National Fire Service?
Yes, we came up with a report. You can check our page, or you can check other news online. You'll see that yes, the director proper came up from what the fire investigator gave him, and that was what he gave in our press release. And then we told the people that this particular fire was an awesome fire. It was not electrical, and we told them exactly what happened and how it started as well. When they brought the expert again, another expert from the US came and gave the same report that we gave. So it's just like the bad thing is that let me honest that Diamond. You see, our country, we always talk ourselves, or we label ourselves to people who do not know more. If a Liberian man go and build the same Royal Hotel, they will tell you that the Liberian man, maybe he killed his father, he killed his mother. He's a wish. He's not good to have a Royal Hotel built at that particular level. If a different national builds similar hotel, you'll say that man is a free man. So we just like what
Mr. Tisdale, just before you conclude on that analogy that you were making, how many investigators, you're in charge of operations, I know, you have your HR and all of that, but from an operations standpoint, how many of these expert investigators do you have at your disposal there at the Liberia National Fire Service?
We have 7 persons working in the investigative department. We have the head who is Konohula. Konohula is the head of the investigative department.
And what level of experiences these 7 individuals have in investigating fires? You can just compact all of them into years of experience.
Let me speak to Konohula, who I spoke with when I took over. Konohula have been working there for the last 16, 17 years, and Konohula has a lot of experiences. And so let me just speak to Konohula, even though I've not asked everybody about that years of experience, but Konohula and myself, and then talk because he's the head and I'm the head of operation, so I speak directly with the head.
Okay, I'll leave you there, Mr. Chisholm.
Okay, let me ask you.
Kev, go ahead and ask him your question, sir.
What's his name on the phone?
P. Edwin Tisdale.
Mr. Tisdale, are you a fire expert?
Kev is asking you, Mr. Tisdale, if you're a fire expert.
Being a fire expert, it comes to a whole lot, and the question is just, to me, it's not vivid. And being a fire expert,
are you a fire expert? Do you?
Are you a fire expert? Simple.
No.
Just a yes or no question. Are you a fire expert, sir?
No. He said no. Do you know any fire experts in Liberia at your department?
Do you know any fire expert at your department?
Yeah, sure.
Who is that? name.
I have even our director of property is a fire expert. I have Smoke Kessely, who is a fire expert as well.
You have Mr. Kessler, who is fire expert, graduated from where? What school as a fire expert? That you can tell. Okay, let me ask you this: if we have a fire expert, why there was a fire expert from Minnesota on the Capitol building?
So Kev's last question to you is: if you have fire experts in Liberia, why is it that fire experts were brought in from Minnesota? I know the Liberia National Fire Service wasn't the one who brought them in, but why do you think they were brought?
Diamond, so these are things that happen. It is not that we do not have people working at the Liberia National Fire Service or people working in the police as people who do autopsy. We have people who do autopsy. But sometimes when people die and you want to do autopsy, sometimes people can order that we need a separate investigator to come and do this for us. Because you have something like the person who committed a crime or the person who is accused of a crime. There are a lot of things that go on. So to do this, we need a separate lawyer. We need a separate person. It doesn't mean that there is no doctor or no expert in this country.
So Mr. Tisdale,
Kev, just hold on. Let him answer the question. I'll get back to you. Go ahead, Mr. Tisdale.
It's based on the scene. It's based on what is unfolding and the people involved asking for what they want to see happening. So now I think this person is being played with, but rather we need a different person or outside source to come up and give us this information. So it can happen.
Okay. Kev, your last question. So we move to Tamba. Mr. Kennedy, if you've got a question, Mr. Chief as well.
Your fire expert and did they investigate the fire at the Capitol building? Your fire expert, they did.
Kev is asking if your fire experts from the LNFS investigated the fire at the Capitol.
Sure, they did.
Okay.
No.
Kennedy?
No.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Damon. I want us to draw the question back into the context. According to the American Psychological Association, it is a very reputable career institution. Anyone who has worked in proven background of 10 years in a particular subject-related field is an expert in that area. So for people to sit down and tell me that Liberia does not have a fire expert, then I know you either don't know what the definition of an expert is, which I've just defined. And then the fire expert can be a fire investigator, it can be a fire safety engineer, it can be a fire protection specialist, it can even be just a regular firefighter. Those people categorically, because the word expert is a generalized terminology for anybody who has held a particular background, operational or administrative in a particular area for 10 years or more. If you have spent 10 years or more doing anything, even just fighting fire, you are a fire expert. So I believe, my brother, and I'm going to talk for Kev, I believe Kev was trying to think about us not having a fire forensics. And let me come back to his issue of the question he asked, why do we need the police there? Was there an armed robbery or what? So, Damo, on the scene of the fire normally often attract onlooker. When you hear fire somewhere, everybody coming standing looking, and sometimes the onlooker can block the operation of the firefighter, right? So the police is needed for security and crowd control. That's the first thing the police needed to do. Another thing the police needed to do is the protection of property. While fire is going on, Damo, you'll be surprised that some of the people who come to say they're coming here, they'll be there taking things from you.
Mr. Kennedy, I beg to hold you there in your thoughts. Do you have any question for Mr. Tisdale before I can get back to you to lay out?
No, I don't have question. I don't have question for Tisdale. Tisdale is trying to tell Kev that he's Tisdale. If he had 10 years in anything he's doing, I will consider Tisdale an expert in fire.
That's not true. That's not true.
Kev, don't argue with
true.
me. Do not argue with me academically. Do not do that. Don't argue with me when it comes to academics.
Yes, I
Go
do.
to the American Association of Psychology. They will tell you that.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Kev, let me answer a question to Mr. Tisdale, please.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. I think.
Tamba.
Okay, thank you so much. Look, Paul, thank you for the definition of an expert. And yes, the Liberian Fire Service, which is part of the Ministry of Justice, has the oversight. They are responsible for conducting assessments for incidents of fire to determine cause, right, and effect. But you see, what happened in Liberia is that sometimes we do not respect our own professionals.
Tamba, do you have a question for Mr.
Yes.
Tisdale?
So my question to Mr. Tisdale is that all of a sudden I saw people asking for fire expert to come in an investigation. What is the guideline? When do we bring in a fire expert in a fire investigation in Liberia, Mr. Tisdale?
So, Mr. Tisdale, Tamba's question to you is: when do you bring in an expert, a fire expert, to carry out investigation?
Okay, like I said to you, it's about especially when it comes to national scene, when it comes to national stuff like that. It's not just about the fire service anymore, but it's about the people who are involved. So we bring in those people based on the fact that there are people saying that they need these people to come in to give that justification, or they want to have, let's say, a separate body to do the investigation. So that's when they bring in other from other areas. But majority of the fire that comes in, normally we do our checkup and we give our report. And obviously we'll give our report to people who have the burn or who facing the problem. They definitely tell us, yes, it's true. We have this here, well, from candlelight, or maybe it was mosquito coil, it was electricity, and a lot of things. So these things happen almost all of the time. So it's not strange. But again, like I said to you, a Thompson can be done. But again, people will say, no, I need a doctor. So it's not wrong again for a person to say, I want to use my family member to go to India or to go to South Africa for treatment. But it doesn't mean that GFA cannot kill self-treatment. So these things happen. So it's not done like we have to do it, or maybe we don't have people to do it. But sometimes it's based on the fact that government want to play a clean role. They don't want people to say, oh, it was being interfered, and maybe the thing was done by government people, and a lot of things. So that's how they bring in experts.
Okay. All right. So I'll leave it at that. Tamba, we have to skip quickly and bring on Mr. Chisholm if he's got a question for the Director of Operations of the Liberia National Fire Service. I had to put him on the line after Kev said there aren't fire experts in Liberia. Mr. Chisholm, any question for him before we move on?
First of all, Mr. Tisdale, you read the fire experts that came from America that assisted in the investigation of the Capitol building, and you read the assessment on the Liberia National Fire Service, and they were clear. They did not mince the words, right? They said that the Liberia National Fire Service lacked advanced forensic tools or training in fire investigation. They also talked about the gaps in technical expertise and investigative rigor. What can you say towards that? Read that report. Read what is said about the Liberia National Fire Service, and tell us.
So I think your question should be, what did the
No, but you can't tell what my question should be. I said, did you read that report? And the report was clear that the Liberia National Fire Service lacked the expertise to investigate fire. That report was clear. Exactly. The American made that report and it was clear. Did you read the report? That's my question.
So the question is, did you read the report from the American fire chiefs?
I read the report, and what Jesse is saying, I mean, I have no idea of that. I know the report was clearly stated that what we said in our report was the same thing the expert that came from the bureau said, and that is it.
All right.
Okay. So let me tell you what the expert said. Few things they said. I will just run over it. The first one, they said that
Mr. Chasen, just allow the guest to complete the thought, and then you can say whatever you have to add on to, so that we can move to Conor Gray. Yeah, Mr. Taser, you just have to wrap up quickly on that particular point.
So, like I said, I mean, good to have you on Spoon, but I said, getting time doesn't lie. What we said on our page or what we posted in our press conference was the same thing that the expert that came from America said. So there was nothing changed. They said it was an awesome fire, and we said it was an awesome
That's
fire.
not true.
I mean, what it was done through the back door, as Jesse is saying here, and they were done through the front door. The bottom line, we came out with the same approach, and we came out with the same solution to the problem.
Okay, thank you, Conor Gray. I know you just jumped in. We're having a conversation. Pete Erin Tisdale is the director of operations of the Liberia National Fire Service. We had to bring him on since we couldn't get the director proper to speak to the issue of whether or not they have fire experts after Kev's allegation that there are no fire experts in Liberia. Conor Gray, you've worked in the military in Liberia. You've been around some paramilitary and security personnel in Liberia. What's your take on that? Are there experts, fire experts in Liberia? If you're knowledgeable about that, Mr. Tisdale, thank you. We'll be connecting someone else who worked at the fire service but now has transitioned in the diaspora. We'll speak to that person as well. And as well. Thank you for giving us your time.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Conor Gray, go ahead, please.
Good day, everyone. By the way,
someone is supposed to call you name Emmanuel or something.
Diamond.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'll be remiss to say our fire service in Liberia is probably as old as some of us as the Republic. Let's put it that way. We've had the Liberia National Fire Service as long as we've had Liberia National Police, the Armed Forces of Liberia, and the immigration, and so on and so forth. To come and say we have not been, engaging the works of expertise, I will not subscribe to that. Matter of fact, what I would subscribe to is the fact that all sectors in Liberia have challenges and they have shortcomings. We have auditors, we have forensic auditors, we have accountants, we have forensic accountants. And so there are challenges, bits and pieces. That's why we're a third world country. But I think we do have experts who have endured and volunteered their lives to live primarily for that sector. To say somebody is not a ranger, so therefore they're not a soldier because they are not trained as a ranger or special forces in an American institution, you understand, is to dismiss the fact that people have different profession. I like the way how Mr. Kennedy defined who an expert is. You can't be master of all. Sometimes in the army we call MOS, your specialty. My specialty in the army is communication. It's very important, it's vital. Does not mean that I'm an expert infantryman that, I can do this, do that. No, we do have, that's what makes it division of labor. But what I wanted to touch on briefly is this idea that because the issue came up as fire, there are no other crimes probably that may have been committed. We have to firstly, the number one priority is to make sure that the former president's life is secure. Was he a target of a fire? So the investigation is not only about fire, were there malice to eliminate people? Well, were there any premeditated actions? So when they say you're calling for fire expert, fire may have been the smoke screen, but as somebody as very, very important as Mr. Weir is, if something of this magnitude occurred within his premises, his house, we have to investigate. We're not only looking for fire. Was he the target of some foul play? So when police are coming in, they are looking for mens rea. Was somebody actually targeting the former president? Why would somebody just think about fire? Fire is not the only. Fire is a canopy, probably. The target was the president. They wanted to light him up in the building, blaze him up so he dies or something. We have to send the expert to go and determine mens rea. To think that fire is the only reason why people should go there and expert, so-called expert from Mars should come there and investigate what started the fire, then you're not looking at the issue with the president's premise holistically. You're just narrowly looking at it, Mr. Slanger. Can't hear you, sir.
Diamond, you mentioned. Diamond,
thank you.
Diamond, could I conclude? Because
yeah,
I'm concluding.
Let Mr. Kennedy conclude,
Okay,
and then
I
I'll
was
get back to you,
concluding
please.
when
Okay.
Diamond asked that Mr. Tazia complete his statement, and I'm glad Mr. Tazia came on. Look, Diamond, let me tell you something. In the early career, profession of your career, for us in the public health and the medical field, the first 0 to 4 years, we call you a public health practitioner or public health professional. When you are ranging between 5 to 9 years, we say you are a public health specialist. When you go from 9 all the way to 15 years, we call you a public health expert. Now, I am a public health advisor. I'm way over the expert level. I've been over 16 years in public health. So when you say, but in category, you can call any of us public health expert, because the expert is just a generalized terminology for anybody who has been in a particular career function for over 10 years, right? Now, let's come back to the fire. I just listed a list of different functionality in fire service, and I'm not a fireman. The director came on here. He was trying to elaborate on what their functions are. Just from working in emergency management, I know that you have fire investigator, and I listened to my brother, the honorable man, Honorable Chesney, talk about like the fire report said, like brother, now have fire forensic. The report could be right. You could have fire experts, but experts who are not forensic, who are not expert in forensic. You could have a firefighting expert, somebody who is just a firefighter who understands the nitty-gritty, the down road of fire, but does he have the ability to investigate the set and onset or the forensic of fire? No. So that could be a whole different
Mr. Kennedy, that is the point we're talking about. They were not going back to
Kev
quench a
Hassan
fire.
just said,
They were
Kev
going to
Hassan
do an
just said,
investigation.
Kev Hassan
into
just
what
said,
Kev
Hassan was not articulate to his
Can you let me
point. He just condemned it. Yeah, you're coming, Mr. Chestnut.
No.
Kev, let me finish my point. You're coming in.
Let Mr. Kennedy
Let me finish my point.
I'll get back
You
to
were
you.
trying to ask a question to demean our country, and you were not very specific in doing it. That's why I tried to challenge you, that we have experts. Yes, we do. But do we have forensics? Now that's left with the people to tell me whether they have forensics. And to your question of why we needed the police is the first, they should be the first people who come and the last people who go to the fire incident. They should even escort the fire services. You see that here in America. Kev, you stand right in Maryland there. You know that when they call fire, you will not only see the fire service, you will also see the police people there. Why you can't tell them to go back? Because the police is there to protect the property. The police is there to manage traffic. The police also to do investigation. Since fire is not only caused by one cause. People can set fire up. Fire can be caused by negligence. Fire can be criminal activity. So how does the police determine any of these things if they don't investigate? And you said in America, whenever they set fire, you see, not only that the fire service will come along, the police people are the first to come, Kev. But you are brave to tell me in Liberia, our police people should not be there. You should be ashamed. You can't politicize everything.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chief, just hold on a minute.
Okay.
Kev, you have a minute to lay your thought. Just a minute, Kev, to lay your thought, and we'll get to Mr. Chisholm.
Yes.
Just a minute to lay your thought.
First of all, when we're talking about fire, we're talking about folks who are expert in forensic. That's what we're talking about. So I know I know Paul came out late, right? So he probably late to catch up to what we're saying, and he wanted to say something. So we excuse Paul because he came out late. So I will excuse you. So he's a smart man. I will excuse him. I think he blundered on that part, so I will excuse him. But the other thing that Paul
They're trying to fix that point now. But anyway, we'll give you a pass.
No, let me finish.
You said there were no fire experts. You didn't say there were.
No. When I said there's no fire expert, no. But let me, Diamond. Yeah, but Diamond. Let me finish. There is no fire expert in Liberia, because when there's a fire and you're going to investigate, what are you investigating? First of all, you have to be you should be a forensic a specialist to investigate what caused the fire. So that's what we're talking about. But again, when there's a fire in America, Paul is wrong. We live a stone throw between Paul and I. The first thing, and somebody, don't be there. Tell Paul, be honest today. That fire service coming first. It's not police in America. But and Colonel Brave, man, you're
who blocked the street?
Fire coming first.
Block the street.
We're not talking about road. We're not talking about the
Stop
road.
begging the issue. Go to the point. Stop begging the issue.
But you tell this man.
Don't patronize the issue.
So you're telling me.
Don't tell me what I'm knowing about.
What point is saying?
Just hold on a bit. Just lay your thought a minute, please, so that
what
we can.
Point is saying? What point is saying? Yeah. This is last one. What point is saying? If there's a fire in my home in America, that police coming there. Hey, Paul, my man. Hey, Paul.
You need to stop misrepresenting that. I told you.
I told you the police people.
I told you the police.
What police coming in there to do?
I told you the police accompany the fire service. You know that.
No, you said our police coming in there.
Jeff, we have to leave it there and take Mr. Chisholm.
Police will come for fire.
Jeff, we have to leave it there and take Mr. Chisholm. Mr. Chisholm, yeah, make your point. We're discussing the issue of fire service being denied access to the residence of former president. We are, as well as the Liberian National Police, issuing a release that they too were denied access to the residence of former president. We are after the fire outbreak there. They had gone to do forensic investigation. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Damo. So first thing, that night, when a fire occurred at the house, the Liberian National Fire Service was there and the Liberian National Police were there. They were given a number to contact in case they are going. You don't just go to the former president's house, you go to his security and ask them to open the house and allow you to enter the house. No. We gave you a number for you to call in case you want to come back.
Somebody's supposed to call your phone, please.
Jeff, hold on. I will contact that person after the panelists are done.
Okay.
And they did not do that. For our assessment today, we talked over the phone. They did not call that particular number we gave them. I'm speaking directly towards the fire service. They did not do that. They went back at the house to engage with the security. The securities were under instructions not to allow anyone enter the house. That's a private residence. The government cannot intrude into private property except they are ordered by the court to do so. So yes, they were denied. Speaking of the police, yes, police can go to the scene when there's fire, we agree, but police can continue to investigate when there's criminality in the fire incident, especially when there's allegations of arson. In this case, there is no allegation of arson. The Liberian National Fire Service clearly stated that it was caused by electrical shock. So the part of criminality has been ruled out by the Liberian National Fire Service. So there's no need for criminal police to go and enter the house of the former president. Yes, they will be denied because that's a private residence and we don't trust the police. And at this point, that fire was caused by electrical shock, according to a report from the Liberian National Fire Service. So there's no criminality in the fire. So
let me just come in quickly of this question. Now that you have said that the preliminary finding from the Liberian National Fire Service post the cause as electrical shock. From an insider perspective, since you're saying that's the reason the police were denied because, quote unquote, there is no foul play, is former president, we are still calling for an independent investigation into the cause of the matter, or that has now been laid to rest with the preliminary report from the fire service, Mr. Chisholm? From an insider perspective, what's the conversation there?
Damo, that night, when the Liberia National Fire Service went on the scene, they were given a contact number. That number has never been reached since they left the compound that day, has never been reached by the Liberia National Police or the Liberia National Fire Service. They've gone to the house and asked the security permission to enter the compound without authorization. So they were denied. Yes, they were denied because we don't trust the police. The police has proven to be a partisan police. So therefore, they cannot enter the house without somebody being there present to make sure that they don't do anything other than what they are going to do. And I just want to stress this one point. Tamba said that this government is a responsible government. Tamba, I want to respectfully disagree with you. This government is the most irresponsible government ever in our history. No government will go at a concession site, shoot on site and kill innocent people that are protesting for their rights. No responsible government will do that. No responsible government will sanction state killing. No responsible government will do that. No responsible government will disrespect the ruling of the Supreme Court. No responsible government will do that. So, no responsible government will
to the attacks.
I know you get to the issue of a responsible and an irresponsible government from your perspective. But my question is, now that you are basing the denial of access of the police to the compound on the fire service release, that their preliminary establishment is it was caused by electrical shock, and hence there is no semblance of criminality. With that being said, are you going by that report? Is former President Weah, I know you're not his spokesperson, but you're an insider. Is he still calling for an independent investigation, or are you just going with that preliminary report from the fire service after they said that they were denied access and they put the cause to electrical shock?
Dama, again, I said that on that night when the Liberia National Fire Service was there and the Liberia National Police were there, a number were given to them to contact in case they needed to go back at the premises. They've never contacted that number since that night. They have never called that number since that night. And if they don't do that, I think then the intent of going to the house will be suspicious. Because we gave you a contact, we said, call this number if you want to come back for any reason. You've refused to do that. Then you go to the house and the security deny you entrance, and then you say the former president does not want us to go into the premises. That's a blatant lie. That's a blatant lie.
Is the reason of their denial based on the preliminary statement by the fire service that it was electrical shock, or it is based on the fact that they didn't call the number, they didn't book an appointment and say we're coming there today? That's why they were denied. Which is which before we transition and go
that
to
the exact reason why they were denied, because
not the one that said that it was not the one that said it was electrical shock.
No, I mean, even if it's electrical shock, they still want to go back to do the investigation, fine. But they must contact the number that was given to them to grant them permission to enter the premises.
Okay.
They should do that. Why are they not calling that number? Why are they not getting permission, official permission to enter the premises? They only want to go there only when the securities are there. So we are saying, no, we gave you a contact, call that number, and then we assign people to you to enter the premises and give you the privilege of entering the premises and conducting your investigation. But until they can do that, they will not have access to the premises. That's a private property. You know,
Sir,
that's a private
thank you.
property.
We're trying to contact Cecilia Clark of the LNP. She is the spokesperson of the Liberia National Police. Whether or not they made a call prior to going to the residence of former President Weah, or they just went there unannounced and said, we have come to do an investigation. But once we get her, she will speak to that point. Conan Gray, is it your turn or is it Tamba's? Okay, Tamba, kindly go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Diamond. Look, I'm just going to conclude on this subject. I think, I see Jefferson moving the goalposts and Kev speaking a bit loosely. But what we're trying to say here, look, we shouldn't sensationalize when there is an incident of fire at the former president's home without even getting to the bottom of what caused the fire. I read a report from the fire service. They said they may have observed that the fire was caused by electrical shocks. And then they returned the next day to conclude their investigation and they are denied access. And I now do understand from Jefferson that there was a number they were given the call. But we know how things happen in Liberia. If someone shows up in front of my compound in Monrovia, and my site manager is there and I left instruction, they will call me. They'll say, oh, the people are here from fire service, they want to have access to the building. And all I have to do, I say, okay, they are there to do an investigation, grant them access. It's very simple. I think this back and forth and the refusal of the former president to allow the investigators to complete their work now casts doubt around their letter that they issued so early to claim that there was an attack or an attempt on the president's life. We should start playing politics for everything. Everything that has to be political. We seize every little opportunity, even if it's an accident or an emergency, and then we try to spin. Look, no amount of spinning will convince the Liberian people to say we're going to vote for you because of the spinning. If we are thinking of 2029, we have to start to articulate our ideas clearly. If you object and you disagree, let the people know why you disagree. If you want to run for president or senator, come with a vision. Let the people know exactly why you want to be president, why you want to be vision. You see, this blind loyalty is not helping. Our loyalty should be to country first, not to individuals or to parties. And that's our message here. So look, Diamond, let them, if the police and the Liberian National Service still need access to the complex, to the compound. Look, I'm not sure now whether the days that have gone in between, they may say maybe evidence may have been temporary, the crime side or the accident side may have been temporary, people may have walked in there, compromised. There'll be other factors. So it may be difficult for them to also come in now to do an objective assessment. But this is where we talk about respect for the rule of law and the people who are the agents of the law.
Okay,
be above the law. Be within the law. Be under the law.
We don't trust the police.
Thank you.
We don't trust the fire service. We want an independent investigation, not the police and the fire service.
Thank you. Conan Gray, just to make your point quickly on this issue, the Liberia National Police said they were denied access. Mr. Chisenham said the reason is they didn't call. At first, he said the fire service said, the initial observation from their preliminary findings is that it was caused by electrical shock, and that was the reason. Since there was no crime, the police shouldn't have gone there. Then he said, well, they didn't call, and so the agent in charge of the residence said he never had any instructions. He didn't allow them entry, which is a private residence. What's your take on the LNP and the LNFS being denied access, to the residence of former President Weah to continue in their investigations? Kev says they don't have experts, by the way, so they shouldn't even be there. Conan Gray, you muted.
Yes, sir. If the so-called non-expert opinion is the one that is being respected now, and then that just tells you that Kev is on his own, because it is that expert opinion that Cheston just said they rely on to even not to move further with the investigation. But you know what? This idea that we'll have a two parallel government in Liberia has to be taken care of. And Jeff and George Weah are no longer president of the Republic of Liberia. There's nowhere where the police will suspect that a crime was committed and then they have to go take permission from someone before they can make entry. A crime, an alleged crime occurred in a specific location. If they didn't have this idea that you got to go get permission from somebody before you go investigate crime when somebody's life was involved. I mean, what kind of idea is that? That tells me that President Bouakai is a very peaceful man. You can't do this under Charles Taylor. You could not have done this even under President Weah. Absolutely not.
But they would have evaded the property, the private property. They would have evaded it.
No, whether or not it's a private property, a crime occurred there.
An alleged.
No, it's not alleged. According to them, fire occurred there. So
that's a crime. Fire is a crime.
We have to
fire is a crime.
Yes, to cause of the fire.
So, Mr. Chisholm, whenever a fire occurs, until the cause is determined as an accident, is taken and considered as a crime. Unless the cause is determined as accidental. So that's why you have.
Said the fire was caused by electrical shock. So
I'm just stating that point, that until it's determined. Now in this case, what the fire service said, their preliminary finding points to an electrical shock, and you saying that's one of the reasons why the police was denied. So Conor Gray, just wrap up on your point.
Let me just wrap up on this. They're only saying that now because there are other things probably the police otherwise could have discovered. But let me say this: I'm so surprised that the same fire expert they could not give reverence to. That's the same fire service now they're holding their opinion as the expert opinion. So therefore, but their own party chair came on the show, how people were alleging that the president was targeted, the former president was targeted. You understand? People wanted to kill him. That was, as far as I know, that's the allegation that warrants the police to launch an investigation, because the fire was just, like I said, a canopy to get at the president, but the actual target was former President Weah. Is that not a crime? That what investigation? This is not just an ordinary city. Look, President Weah is a part of the embodiment of the Republic of Liberia now. Anything that warrants investigation on his life, you understand, should claim the attention of our national security. That's why the police is so bent on going there, that we'll have to investigate this. It could be true, the allegation could be true, because it's coming from higher places, coming from their own people. Now, was that false allegation? They have to kind of withdraw that particular allegation, so that we know that definitely that the president's life was not targeted. It was just an accident. Before people start running,
any of you can answer this question, but directly to you, Mr. Chisholm. You said they didn't call. That was the main reason they were denied. So if they do call tomorrow, would they be given access? You muted, sir. You muted, Mr. Chisholm.
So, Diamond?
Yeah.
They were given that number because they wanted them to call that number. So they need to call the number, let the authority know that they are on their way to the house to conduct their investigation. And if they do that, I'm sure they will be given the opportunity, depending on if they have somebody assigned to them to monitor them, because we don't trust this police. We don't trust them. And secondly, let me let you know, there are different types of fire, right? It could be arson, it could be negligence, it could be sabotage. So it has been established that that fire incident does not fall in any of these categories. It was accidental fire. So we tell you there's no need for police.
The prior statement from the fire service, that's what you're holding constant now.
Exactly. Okay. They said it was accidental fire. So there's no criminality in this. No criminality.
Dama, I have a question for the Honorable Jefferson.
Yeah. This is ask him quickly, and then we move forward. I have to call two guys who want to contribute. One is a former firefighter.
My question is just very brief. 30 seconds. You know, if it was Tamba and Kev Hassan who had never held government position before, I will not ask this question. But Honorable Chesson, you are saying you don't trust you as an individual, or the party does not trust the police. I mean, please rectify.
And I'll give you a reason why we don't trust the police as
when
a
you
party.
Say we,
you know
when
why?
You say we, the party?
Yes, we don't trust the police. You know why?
No.
The police shot and killed innocent civilians. They went at the airport when the president was coming. They were there. They shot tear gas into people that were not causing any problem. They shot live bullets in the direction where the president was coming from. They have made attempt on lives of innocent people in this country. This government has sanctioned police killing, and nothing can come out of it. There has been no investigation when police shoot and kill people. So this police...
Mr. Chesson, you see the reason why I ask is because when word comes from people like you, I give it a lot of esteem, right? I mean, you are a leader. You are a leader. Yeah. And you are telling me the party does not trust the police. But you got police assigned. You got police assigned to the former president. Are you not
inside police being assigned? The former president has his own security.
Okay,
they're there because of requirement, but we don't trust the police in this situation. We don't trust the police to enter the private premises of the former president. We don't trust the police.
All right, Mr. Chesson, thank you for making that point.
Police are being involved in criminality. We're not going to trust them in that compound. Yes. You know what it means to shoot and kill ordinary people?
30 seconds to lay your thoughts, do so that we can take two persons on the line who want to contribute, and then we move to the last issue, which is very disturbing. An employee of the Ministry of Agriculture has been accused. He's currently in the custody of the Liberia National Police of allegedly defiling a 14-year-old girl. These stories keep coming up, and they're coming up from people who are given trusted positions as well. So Kev, just lay your thoughts on this, 30 seconds, so that we can wrap up with the last topic and close for today. We have to leave from here today on time, please. Go ahead, Kev.
I'm going to buttress Jeff. Yes, we don't trust the police because there's a history within the same security apparatus who were in government before. The shot on president and we are convoy. Paul, you know that. They killed sedition. November 2011, November 7. You know that. The videos are out there, I can tell you. So we don't trust this police. This is the most barbaric police apparatus in the history of Liberia. So we will not trust them. They shouldn't come close to us. We will not allow them in our former president home. Imagine they went to break down the headquarters. You saw what they were doing? Planting guns, stealing, all sort of things. You were there, Damo. They were stealing. We don't trust this police. We're talking about one of the most notorious men within the police, Mr. Freeman, who allegedly killed a sedition. He's in this police. Do y'all want us to get those people close to us? No way.
Okay, Kev.
No way.
Thank you. So let me call these two numbers, beginning with the one that has been calling to contribute. We'll give him 1 minute to speak to the issue of fire experts in Liberia. We give the fire service the chance to have spoken. Let's take you, sir. Kindly introduce yourself.
Hey, Damo, thank you. My name is Emmanuel Wena, and I call you from Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, Emmanuel.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. First of all, I want to challenge anyone on that panel.
Hold on. Before you challenge our panel now, are you a fire expert? Do you have expertise in firefighting?
I'm a criminal justice practitioner that is studying in this field.
Which field?
Yes. The fire field.
You are still studying. Are you a fire expert? That is my question.
I don't have to be a fire expert because I have done so many.
Brother, listen now. Listen now. The question is simple. It's a close-ended question now. Yes or no? Are you a fire expert? Yes or no?
I'm not a fire expert, but I'm very knowledgeable because I'm about to graduate in it.
You haven't graduated yet. Are you a fire expert? Yes or no?
I just told you no. But
Okay, good.
I'm almost completing, so then you allow me to elaborate.
No, I just want you to go ahead now. Go ahead, sir. I just wanted to lay that basis.
So first of all, I will challenge them. I listen to Big Brother Paul. You are a prospective senator come 2029. You should be very objective when you speak. I listen to you when you talk about. Can you hear me, Dama?
Yeah, you live. Go ahead, sir. You have a minute to lay your thoughts.
I listen to you when you talk. In order for someone to be a fire expert, let me lay the premise. You have to be satisfied. It is not just about the number of years. It is not just about the number of years. Number two, when a firefighter get on the scene, the first thing they do, they gather preliminary information. When they gather the preliminary information, the second thing they do, they record the site. That's where you see people barricade the area. They do the recording of the site to make sure that they capture everything. There is no mistake. The third thing they do, they communicate with first responder. And the communication they are going to do with first responder, that means they are going to tell the ambulance whether there was casualty in the house or there was something, there is no casualty. That's the third thing. The fourth thing, they make sure they establish safety. The fifth thing they do, they gather the evidence. When they gather the evidence, and they'll analyze the evidence to know the cause of the fire. When they do that, then they will do their report. If they cannot establish what the root cause of the fire, they will contact an expert, which is either a fire consultant or someone who studied or specialized in arson. These people left, right? They said that they went and get the report. They said that the thing was established, the fire was caused by electrical shock. That's what they said. When they left, they shouldn't have come back. They have already established. So if you're sending someone back to the former president's house to investigate, you need to have a warrant. You need to have a piece of paper before you even enter the former president's house. Okay, you have already concluded your information. You said that this is what happened to the former president's house. Why are you going back to investigate? Who is the fire expert you have in Liberia? There is no fire expert in Liberia. I challenge anyone. You
Okay, sir.
You can say someone has been in this field for a period of time. That doesn't make them a fire expert. I listen to Big Brother Paul. The reason why he said that he's considered as a supervisor, because he studied in this field. Someone can graduate from high school and go to the fire training does not make them a fire expert. They are firefighter.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Graduate from high school, go straight to the fire academy. It doesn't make you a fire expert.
All right.
There is no fire expert in Liberia.
Thank you.
These people going back to the former president house was malicious.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you for contributing.
Thank you.
And all the best in your upcoming graduation. All right.
May I just respond? This gentleman came on particularly for me. Let me respond.
Yeah, he mentioned you, so I'll give you 30 seconds to respond, and then we.
Thank you. Let me go back to educate this gentleman who says he's studying fire, and he opened the textbook and is enumerating the.
How you saw the open textbook?
The gentleman is my man. I'm an assistant.
Mama, you're not fireman, man. What are you talking? Are you fireman?
You made me to call a lecturer who lectured us through stages of investigation. Who is here?
I will not allow you to. I will not allow you to disrespect me.
Go ahead.
You don't want to do that to me. You don't want to disrespect me.
Yeah, continue to denigrate the show. I mean, I don't know why.
You're lowering the rating of this show. For somebody to call and say that the Republic of Liberia does not have a fire expert, that person is completely ignorant of what a fire expert is. And I challenge them, no matter what they say. A fire service person, a regular fire truck man who is on the truck, he just didn't graduate from high school and they put him on the truck. He graduated from high school. He probably went and did fire service training. He has gotten some certification. If that man stayed on that position for 10 years, fighting fire, according to the American Psychological Association, he is an expert. And somebody who's still graduating come to lecture me about what a fire expert is. You need to be realistic on this show, man.
Okay.
You tell the man, man, fee.
Thank you, Kev. We have to keep one forum on the show. All right, so we're about to close, but we want to close up on this issue. I saw this story today. I tried contacting a spokesperson of the Liberia National Police. She's unreachable as of this time to have spoken to whether or not they called prior to going to the residence of former President Weah. But this has got to do with the despicable act of rape. The dust hasn't even settled on allegations against the former deputy minister there at the Ministry of Youth and Sports, who has been accused of allegedly raping a 14-year-old girl. And then we have another scenario, just within a 2-week span, of another gentleman who is reportedly an employee of the Ministry of Agriculture, who is accused of allegedly raping another 14-year-old girl. Where still haven't we grasped in terms of this rape menace that we see occurring in our country? I used to run the morning show here on the Spoon Network, and we used to get a lot of cases, a lot of these cases from all across the country. Some as young as 2, 3, 4 years old, Paul, and the rest of the panel. Now this is coming up. An employee of the Ministry of Agriculture accused of allegedly raping a 14-year-old minor. The medical report from a clinic called the Star of the Sea is in, and that report points to the fact that this minor was, tampered with sexually. The suspect is in police custody. What's your take on this? Any of you can start, beginning with Tamba, who was the first. I need to give him the preference of coming early. Go ahead, Tamba.
Thank you, and I was really on time today, so.
You stole my spot today because I was traveling.
Okay, all right. I'll get back to you tomorrow. Make sure you're on time. But look, back to the serious matter of rape, the rape allegation. And Emmanuel, do we have the name of this employee from the Ministry of Agriculture?
Yeah. Let me post.
Yeah, please post put the post up. So, all right. So this is the individual name. Okay, Mr. Sando Kroma. All right. So I saw this post earlier, and if this allegation have been ascertained and there's a police report, I urge the Ministry of Agriculture to take an immediate action, suspend Mr. Kroma pending investigation. And I read a story. Look, there should be no sacred cow in a fight against rape, like the fight against drugs. Whether an employee of government who may have a connection with a minister or who may have a family member in high places, an employee of government or in the private sector, when you are involved in a rape allegation or you are accused of rape, you should immediately be suspended, or you should recuse yourself if you even have the decency to submit yourself to police investigation right away. The issue of rape is a serious issue in our country. And I think during the presidency of the first female president, Madam Johnson Sirleaf, the war against rape was one of the priority areas in her government. And the women groups came out strongly to combat this scourge in our society. So scourge. And I frown upon this behavior. We frown upon this behavior. No, there's no place, there should be no place in our society where someone, especially someone in a position of authority, takes advantage of a young woman, allegedly 14-year-old girl in the community, and go and force her, and rape her. So I call on the government to act swiftly and take bold action against Mr. Kroma and the pending investigation against the deputy minister that we discussed about a week or two ago. Look, there should be zero tolerance for rape in our society. Thank you.
Okay, so Tamba, just wrap up as we already pressed for time. So this question goes to you, and then you can wrap up for tonight as well. Now you have this employee who's currently in police custody. He has been in police custody, but yet and still you have a minister, a deputy minister, who, apart from being questioned, out of police custody. Same thing, same accusation, different treatment.
Yeah, good question, Diamond. Look, as I said in my statement on this, I'm not sure what are the conditions of the first investigation against the deputy minister, and give me the name again. I just forgot his name.
Miguel.
Right, Mr. Miguel. I think Mr. Miguel I'm not sure whether he's in the country or whether he's somewhere else. But if he's in the country, he should have been arrested pending police investigation. I know there's timeline around these things when it happen, because when there's allegation of rape, basically the victim, you understand what the process is. I think we've explained that on the show here. The victims have to go and seek help, give the samples, it's tested, and the samples are then taken from the alleged perpetrator to try to match the DNA, especially when the person is not caught in the act, right? And wherein I heard that Mr. Magee is denying the allegation. You know what happened? What happened to Kimaya in the U.S. was a shame that he didn't go through the investigation to clear his name. Because when the investigation fails and it doesn't conclude, you, that official, whether you were innocent or not, you live with that stigma for the rest of your life. And I do understand, that people in our society sometimes take advantage of the fight against rape and try to make false allegations in instances against men in authority. We've seen those instances. So if that's an instance of Mr. Magee, he has to submit himself to investigation. And the police, if they have access to him, they have to bring him under the control of the police to make sure the investigation can be completed. And I do understand that there's already a report pending that's available, pending for the police to get hold of that report to conclude their investigation. And they move swiftly.
Thank you. It's been a good one having you on. Kev, you were the second to have arrived on the program. Go ahead. Again, an employee of government allegedly defiling a 14-year-old girl.
Okay. Thank you. Great show. Tamba, let me say this to you. Kimia incident, it happened in America. It was reported to the authority in New York, and they found nothing in there. So stop. You need to stop. There's nothing in there. It was reported to the police. And there's a tape out there that the police came to the foreign mission in New York and they walked the lady out. If you want, I can send that to you so you can see it. I saw you were debating that. I was on the show and I was like, clueless. Bunch of clueless people. She will walk out. I can send you that video. It's there. Or you can Google it yourself. You can see it there. So nothing happened. It happened in New York. It was reported and to the New York authority. They found nothing in there. So you stop that game. Let me say this. And quickly. Conor Gray, we created a platform. If it were not us, you won't be sitting here. Don't never say to me I didn't create the platform. You're sitting on the sweat of me, of what I did.
You left the platform,
yes,
my friend. You wanted to shut down.
Yeah, you're sitting on my
down. No, it's not your platform. This platform you created, it's not the platform here.
Conor Gray,
the platform to shut down.
People have contributed.
You me to leave the platform and go work with you.
Just make your point so we can conclude, sir. We
don't call my name, then you'll be tempted for me to come in.
Yeah, because you call my name, so I want to address you.
We'll keep calling each other.
The man write Charo on something that we created. The man want to talk plenty.
Go ahead.
Let me go. Yeah, man. The man. Yeah, man. So let me go. Let me say this. This is a raping government. This is a government that believe in allegation in this government that's raping underage, 14 years old, 14 underage. So I will call this government a government of rapists. The Internal Affairs Minister were accused of rape. Nothing. So what the president do? If you're close to him or close to some of his folks, nothing. They will not say anything. Listen, the ambassador in New York, in DC, Mr. Conte, cover up a rape of a minor. Damo, you know this story. We visited that young girl. I was there. I still have the picture. We'll not put it out. It hurt. We talked about it. President Buckeye appointed that man as the ambassador after he was recalled. After he was recalled, he appointed that man in New York. This platform spoke about it. And the father of that little girl is working at Information Ministry as we speak as a deputy minister. They shut him down not to speak. I know him personally, who spoke behind the scene, but he cannot speak because if he speak, he will not have that job.
Okay, Kev, so you just have to wrap up.
I was on and I met a little girl and I shed tears. It was Tinto and I that visited a little girl in Liberia. I shed tears. This government will cover rape. They don't care for underage, because if they care, the Internal Affairs Minister will not be there. He will be suspended pending investigation, but he's there at this moment. So because of the Deputy Minister at Youth and Sport is connected to Mo Ali, and Mo Ali is connected to the President, is buried. Nothing happening. So if you don't have affiliation, you will put you at affiliation, you will stay there.
All right, Kev. Thank you very much. Mr. George, you came before Mr. Kennedy, right?
Yes, I did.
Please speak to the issue of the allegation again against an employee of government from the Ministry of Agriculture, allegedly, defiling a 14-year-old girl. This issue of rape again. We're just on it a couple of weeks ago. We're back on rape. Interesting thing, which is not a good fact. 14-year-old girls.
Yeah, I think it's something we've been struggling with in our country, and we need to take seize of this situation. I struggle to understand why grown men will be chasing behind 14-year-old, 15-year-old girls. I struggle with that. And the government have to take seize of this situation. Last week, it was a government official. This week is a government worker. And I believe the same process. He doesn't have to. He's not a presidential appointee, so definitely I expect the human resource officer to either have given him a suspension letter today until the end of his investigation. And again, he's innocent until proven guilty. But I find it so difficult to understand why grown men will be chasing behind 14-year-old girls. They must stop this. When you drive in single area and you leave your vehicle and walk behind those houses, there's a lot of our young girls who are pregnant. And it's a crisis too in our country, just like the drug epidemic. That's, to me, it's another crisis we have to work on. But I don't understand it. I don't understand why they're doing it. I think he's sick. He may have to be examined by a doctor. For a grown man working to be raping a 14-year-old girl, that's a disease. There's a sickness, and someone need to examine him. Now I'm sorry I had an emergency, so I had to take care of that. But I would like to come back in my time to we're discussing the issue of the investigator going to the former president's house. Now I'm struggling to understand, and perhaps the police, the investigators can help us to unravel this. This incident took place on Wednesday evening. Why is it the Liberian National Police taking seize of an incident on Friday when it took place on Wednesday? When the incident took place, they did not make that scene an investigative scene. They did not take seize of the scene. I don't understand how police work in Liberia. I've never been a police officer, but I do Wednesdays the first 48 hours. And whenever there is something of this nature, the police will come and condone that area and set that place aside for investigation. Why is it they are waiting until Friday? Yeah, Conor Remy, you can help me with that. Why is it they wait until Friday to send investigators when this thing took place on on Wednesday. Won't the same be tempered by Friday when they get there? Now, if they did not secure the scene on Wednesday, by Friday, Conor Remy, you can also help me with that. Are they not supposed to inform the former president if they go into his home if they have not secured that scene? Was he informed? Did he reject or them going to his? Did he have prior knowledge of them going there? That's the confusion I have. I don't understand this. I'm not an investigator. Conor Remy, I've been in the field for long, so he may understand it. But I feel that on Wednesday evening they should have secured that scene, and I think they will have had access to it. I don't know why they should wait till Friday to do that. So thank every one of you who have been listening to us in your home, on YouTube, on Facebook for over 3 hours and 48 minutes. I appreciate being a part of this conversation.
You kept track of the time. Thank you, Mr. George. Mr. Kennedy, just wrap up for us. Kindly wrap up for us, Mr. Kennedy, your thoughts on this issue of rape as well.
It's perplexing, overwhelming, mind-boggling. To be honest with you guys, I mean, I don't know what I would do if someone attempt, I don't say rape, attempt to rape any of my daughter and it gets reported, and I handle you. And you know, it is why I believe in the in innocence until proven guilty. There are also people who are actually committing rape in Liberia. And for me, what bothers me most is for the accusation to even be alleged to people who are holding reputable government positions. I mean, come on, man. We need to stop. And I think, Damo, why this is perpetuating in our society is the culture of impunity, right? People do these things, and sometimes even the family will be trying to relegate the victim. I've heard of rape cases where everybody turn around and try to insult the lady who tried to allege that somebody molested or raped her. Everybody turn around and say, why you coming on now? Why you didn't say you're lying? So the person is even judged before they can proceed into providing any. So it leaves them with that fear. Some people are raped and they don't talk about it. They just walk away. And some people with power and influence will rape other people, alleged to be a part of a rape case, and nobody tried to pursue justice because of their proximity to power. We need to stop this, and then it comes back to the judicial system. Under the law, I don't know what the laws on rape are in Liberia, but if one person is accused of rape, if one person is accused of rape and says, this, they should also be able to hold everybody who's accused of rape under the same law. The law cannot be applied to, for the same crime on different phases to different people based on their powers. So I think the legal people need to go back and look at the framework on which our laws are rating, especially when it comes to rape, because where there's no law that will hold perpetrators accountable for their action, I can guarantee you, Dama, people will continue to be offending people and molesting people and even violating people's rights.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy. Thank you for being a part of the show. Can you just hang with us for a minute as we wrap up? Mr. Chisholm, your take on this? Another great issue we're discussing.
So I just want to speak firstly to what Tamba said about the former foreign minister. Tamba, we spoke about this thing lengthily. I'm sorry he gone, and so I don't see any reason why it was brought up. But my issue with this current case is that what's the difference between the first case and the second case? Why is the second guy arrested and is in police custody, and the second guy cannot be arrested and be placed in police custody?
Accordingly, reportedly, Mr. Chisholm, again, we're trying to see if we can get a family member, if not on today, but tomorrow, because we already pressed for time. But reportedly, this second person was caught in the act.
Okay.
That's what's been reported, and we need to connect with the family to know. But he's currently in police custody, and there's a medical report out concerning the matter as well. Yeah, so that was just what is being said.
Okay, so if that's the case, then I understand why. But at the same time, our laws are clear on how to handle these cases. I really think the police should make a clear statement on this, including both of them, and have a clear way of establishing how to handle these cases. Otherwise, the public will continue to say, you did not do this with this person, and so you cannot do this with this person. And a good Tamba is back here. And Tamba, you brought up a former ambassador issue, but you failed to talk about the Minister of Internal Affairs. I think you're not being objective on this show. So if you want to do that, then let's talk about the Minister of Internal Affairs, who is currently, he was not even investigated, and he's still serving his position. Former the Ambassador Kimia case was done in America. It was reported, it was investigated, and there was nothing found in that case. They asked the lady to come back here to Liberia to confront Ambassador Kimia. She refused to do that. So you cannot continue to be bringing his name in this public disrepute. You need to desist from that. It's unfair to him. You wouldn't like anybody doing that to you.
Okay, Mr. Chisholm, just 1 minute for you to wrap up before we go to Conan Gray. I'll give you 30 seconds standby right after Conan Gray because we have to work within time. Conan Gray, your take? The issue of reported rape cases, minute after minute, hour after hour, week after week, especially involving players within government actors, and employees as well.
Firstly, I don't know if the NYPD has authority to even enter the United Nations on the diplomatic protocol. They have their own way of investigating. They have their own way of investigating matters within the UN system because they're diplomats. So I don't know whether the NYPD can just walk into the premises of the United Nations without having the matter investigated internally first. But diplomacy may have changed. I don't know what it is now. But as far as I know, I think I concur with someone who said during Madam Salif's administration, that administration was so robust when it comes to issue of rape, issue of statutory rape, crimes against children and women, and so on and so forth. I think it's not impossible for this government to adopt similar measure. I think if we don't do, firstly, there should be a public education that anybody that falls below 18, you understand, if you're involved with them, definitely you are heading for statutory rape. People have to understand that first, because sometimes these things are embedded within our culture. I don't want to make excuse for people because I know you cannot go with anybody below the age, that innocence age. If somebody is 17, going downwards, it's crime. It's criminal in nature. But I don't believe this government have demonstrated that robust approach to handling this situation. This should be very serious, just like we're serious about ending the drug crisis and calamity in our system. You cannot disadvantage people in their age of innocence. You can't do that, because when you do that, then you scar their future. If we don't look, nobody should be that big or that impossible to prosecute when they have committed any crimes against humanity, especially. So I think government needs to step up, and President Baka needs to actually put this into place, especially that the gender ministry should find some program that will be geared towards this kinds of situation that we're experiencing now. It's getting on the rampage. And if we don't do something about it, it will just look normal, like any normal thing. And it should not be that way, my brother.
Thank you, Conor Gray. Tamba, just 30 seconds as we close. I'll just grant you the 30 seconds. Please work within that time so that we can close on time. You muted.
I say thank you so much, Diamond. My brother, Jefferson, and my fellow panelists, Seditian, love my name nowadays. But look, when I mention Ambassador Kimaya's name, I'm talking about the stigma. I'm not accusing him. Because we do understand, and I did follow the story, that when he was accused, of assault, it wasn't rape, that the woman who accused him was invited to come to Liberia, but given the time, she couldn't because of security situation.
What he has to do with this today? What his name has to do with what we're
discussing? But don't interrupt. And he's not even on the show. Please mute the man.
Yeah, he asked for 30 seconds.
Yeah, you disrupted me, Jefferson. So I'm talking about the stigma. This is why I'm saying when someone is involved in a rape allegation or assault allegation against a female, there should be swift investigation, and they should submit themselves so that it can be investigated. Because I also said we have a gettable society where some women have used rape or assault allegations against powerful men to gain sympathy or to gain favor. This in our context, I use the ambassador's name. Secondly, you, Jeff, you are also involved in a rape allegation, Jefferson. Tell me, say I'm wrong. Were you found guilty? I don't know your case. I didn't follow it, but I did read a story. You were accused of rape allegation. But what I'm saying is good to submit yourself to investigation so that stigma don't follow you for the rest of your days.
Okay, Tamba.
Honorable Newmaling, who is the Minister of Internal Affairs, he was accused of rape through a social media post by a female. But this female, I understand, and I talked to the minister because I wanted to get to the bottom of this issue. But the female failed to come forward for the investigation to be carried on. Now, you can go and post someone and say, oh, the person raped me in a hotel room, and you post a clip of them dressing. But why don't you step forward and submit yourself so that they can take a DNA sample from you and the minister to ascertain your rape allegation, not just to do it as a political fight. So we have to be careful to say if there's rape allegation against powerful people, they should be investigated so that stigma don't follow them. And for these two gentlemen, they should be prosecuted if these allegations are true. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll close up on this. Thank you, gentlemen, for being part of the show. I'll close up on this. Rape is a despicable crime. You just don't rob somebody of their consent. You rob them of their mental stability. When they think about that thing, the traumatic experiences, you rob them of their dignity and everything that is attached to it. But rape as well has been used as a tool against people. Just the mere fact that somebody says, you raped me, or this person did this to me, you become stigmatized until you can submit yourself to an investigation. That is why state comes in pivotally. One, let there be the availability of rape kits. Now, if someone is accused of carrying on the act where they are not caught in the act, there should, even if they are caught in the act, there still should be a rape kit that is performed on the alleged victim. Let there be a DNA testing. Also, that way it lays the foundation for people not to be accused. Then this thing of talking a family way. There are genuine cases where people have been raped, boys and girls alike. And they will say, oh, let's go talk a family way. And in Liberia, sadly, we also do have a large portion of victims who are even blamed for being victims of rape. People will stigmatize you. They will say you're lying on the person's knee. You're trying to bring the person down. They will do a lot of things. So sometimes these things happen and people keep them within themselves and they live with the traumatic experience. We need to move past this thing of, oh, let's go settle a family. And the police is even culpable of this. You carry a rape case to the police station, and then somebody will come and say, oh, are the elder of this family, so let me take the case also and go talk a family way. That's where you find out the alleged victims don't show up for police investigation no more, and the police cannot further the case if there is nobody who has got a complaint to corroborate and provide evidence, and the case will drop. And then people move about continuously doing this thing. When we have this culture of impunity still happening, where people do these acts and they come back in the society and they reinvent themselves and they still embed themselves. Like in the States I read, if you convicted of a crime such as rape, you put on a permanent sex offender listing. In a community you move in, you have to go sign yourself up that I'm a convicted sex offender. So people get to know who you are, and they get to keep their children away from you. We need to fight this thing holistically so that victims too can get justice, and that so innocent people too who are accused of rape cannot also languish behind bars without any further investigation. Because once you're in go, to get it back, it's not easy. But like Paul said, people should submit themselves to investigation. Tamba said as well, and let this thing be done holistically, and let justice be done. We don't want our boys and our girls being taken advantage of in any way, form, and manner. Thank you, guys. It's been a wonderful show. I look forward to being back on Monday. I wouldn't be here on Saturday and Sunday for some reasons, but have a wonderful, wonderful night, afternoon to you guys there in the States, and good night to each and everybody. Thank you for watching
the show on Saturday, man.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure.
I had some positive review about the show on Saturday, last Saturday.
It was because we had a great team. Everybody chipped in the minute what it was. I was looking forward to discussing customer service.
And Saturday was all informative, right? Last Saturday was very informative.
So it's not going to continue that way?
Well, no one was here to call anyone else low IQ or stupid or idiot or ignorant.
Politics.
The politics can blood the Liberian people blood.
Exactly.
In the same bowl.
They're going to get personal.
Politics, they've gotten personal. We need
to stop
that. Tamba is always becoming personal. Tamba is always becoming personal.
You guys.
You can agree and disagree.
Without
being personal.
That's not you disagree with my position. You get personal.
You see the way I speak, I'm never personal yet. And Paul, you can attest to that. But Tamba is always personal.
You always get personal, Jefferson.
You see, like Conor Gray. Conor Gray is my man on this show, so I like him because he discussed the issue,
I understand why you get personal sometimes.
We'll do secret
power. But I like Conor Gray. I like Conor Gray, my man.
There are a lot of issues at hand. There are a lot of issues at hand that we can discuss and stop being choking each other and causing each other. Man, we need to stop. I mean,
we need to put the priorities of the big issues
of the country ahead of us.
I'll see you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Thank you guys for forming part of the show. It's been a wonderful presentation. A pleasant night to you, wherever it is you listening to us from across Liberia. Spoon Talk returns later tonight at 8 p.m. And the former CEO, Mr. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon Sr., will form part of the show. For all those of you who've been watching all around the world, thank you. And watching, including Liberia, thank you for following. Have for yourselves a wonderful day. My name is Diamond Slanger, bidding you farewell.
Yes, sir. It's the new one. From the CEOs, then coming with the spoon. And your boy.
To get your information. So the food to be my action. Spoon. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia.